Engage warp drive and
Warp drive is engaged.
We'll play some D&D.
We are live.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, so we'll do a little quick recap here. Welcome back to our intrepid crew of the Berezaya Argia. Where last we sort of left off, trying to figure out some different ways to chase down leads regarding trying to find Rhiannon's mother, Lyria. And through a couple different leads and whatnot, was able to track down that a former that the guy who's running this kind of illegal fighting ring in underneath Sharn, a Goliath by the name of Harsk, was at one point may have been one of the smugglers that might have smuggled Rhiannon's mother ultimately out of Sharn and into Droiam. And through Barca's suggestions, you all decided to set yourselves up as sort of a gladiatorial
Ludus, I believe it was.
Yeah, Ludus is the term, but yeah, Ludus or gladiatorial stable, and tried to introduce yourself into the underground fighting ring. And actually, it was working out pretty well. You even got, you convinced Harsk to give you a kind of an introductory sort of bout to see how your Ludus would do. Unfortunately, a slip of the lip by Barca kind of revealed his identity, even though he was trying to disguise himself as a female bugbear. At least gained Harsk's suspicion, and then when Barca easily cut down one of the champions, kind of put two and two together and realized that the female bugbear was indeed Barca in disguise. And so proceeded to order basically all of his minions to take down the deserter and all that other sort of fluff. And so you guys had a bit of a battle, bit of a challenge, fighting some of his gladiatorial thugs as well as Harsk himself, and you dispatched him. Well, I wouldn't say easily, but you dispatched him
summarily, if not easily.
There you go. And so currently you are in the depths of the kind of the cogs that under Sharn area. Other than some dead bodies, you have definitely I cannot speak today. Apparently, this is going to be great because I'm running. But you've got the remains of several of the gladiatorial combatants in Harsk's body. Any of the other sort of patrons of the event had scattered as soon as the Harsk kind of ordered up. So you are currently kind of alone in the depths of Under Sharn, and what would y'all like to do?
Loot the bodies.
How did I know you were going to say that?
Absolutely.
You've trained us well.
Fool me once, shame on me.
I love it.
No, whatever.
Absolutely love it. All right,
let me. So you're not going to fool me again.
That's fair. That's fair. So let's see. Let me grab one little thing here.
All right, I'm ready. I'm poised and waiting. And wiggling, apparently.
Wiggle, 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 yeah.
Wiggle, 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 yeah.
I will be specifically, GM, looking for anything that Harsk might have on him that would provide these sorts of, clues or leads or something. I kind of doubt he keeps paperwork, but also slave trade, there's got to be paperwork somewhere.
Well, there's ledger. I mean,
anything that might.
If he has an office, we might have to go raid it.
Well, where his office is.
Go ahead and make your investigate check.
Don't mind if I do. All right, new sparkly dice.
Don't fuck me, Gil.
Yes! I shit you not. I can't move my screen, but I rolled a nat 20 on the 20 and I rolled a 4 on the d4. So that's a 31.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. So you know how like sometimes we'll say ghetto crit if you like roll max on the die, but it's not a critical hit. That's like the Beverly Hills of like crits. Like if such a thing exists, like I don't know, we're gonna have to make it's like the platinum standard. You just rolled the platinum.
The platinum crit.
The platinum crit right there. So Harsk does not appear to have much for documentation. You get a sense that this area is not necessarily
this isn't his office.
It's not like his base of operations. It's just a place they go to have fights. Because you even notice, like, you guys, I mean, not only search the pit area, but some of the surrounding rooms. And you see, you know, while there are areas for like the fighters to sort of prep and get armed and wait, there's not really there. It's all like very like temporary stuff, or it's like beat up furniture that just happen to be there. Like nothing that would in any way indicate that this is like their base of operation.
Right. Which we didn't figure it was, but anything that indicates where it might be.
Right. So for Harsk himself, he does have like a great sword, and he was wearing plate mail. The mooks were not really, I mean, they had like, I think like spears and shields, but nothing that sticks out at you. And truthfully, even Harsk's like, even like the sword and the plate mail was not necessarily magical, but they're fairly expensive, you know. On his body, though, you do find a pouch with looks like 120 platinum pieces, though.
Jesus.
As well as like about 40 gold, and then a couple of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, and about 7 gems of various kinds that are about 50. You're thinking roughly about 50 gold pieces a piece, just judging from the size and what you've used to. But you do notice there is a vial, a kind of a metallic vial with a stopper on it as well.
I will give it a cursory sniff.
Okay. You think it could either be, I mean, it's possibly like a potion or for that matter, it could also actually be poison. You don't really know. But definitely a vial with some sort of liquid in it.
Can I maybe try an Arcana check?
Well, funny enough, to identify potions, all you really need to do is take a little bit of a taste to identify ultimately for what a potion would do.
I'll taste it.
Yeah, but if that shit's
I'll taste it.
Okay.
Rhiannon immediately drops dead.
And make a new character. No, I'm just kidding.
My HP is full.
And how many HP is? No, I'm just kidding.
Harsh, man, harsh.
So here's the funny thing. When you pop open the stopper, the vial actually looks empty, but you can slosh it around and actually hear a liquid.
Okay.
When you take a taste of it, it doesn't even taste like a whole lot of anything, but you feel this little sort of slight sort of tingle on your tongue. And if you like stick out your tongue, you notice like the tip of your tongue is not there.
It's invisible.
It's a potion of invisibility, yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Yes, Gavin?
Since you were searching around for stuff for the rest of you, I know Narashi, you had mentioned you wanted to do some healing.
Yes. Let me get back to my computer where I can do that. Oh, I went to sleep. Oh no, here. Okay.
And who is all beat up and injured? Did everybody get hit pretty much, or trying to remember? Rhiannon kept a pretty good job of staying back. That I recall. There was a point where I was trying to get to it, but
Oh no, I saw that coming.
but then Barca.
I never had a chance to cast Mage Armor, so I was trying real fucking hard to stay way out of the way.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
Because I didn't want to take an action to cast it, and I hadn't thought to cast it before we went in, so.
sure.
I got smacked a little bit, but I
I
mean,
think it was mainly
not
Narashti and
bad.
and Barca.
Yeah, I
mhm.
know. Yeah,
My internet is failing me, so I cannot. My character sheet is not working. This is the downside of. So come back to me.
all right.
Go ahead.
Maya got hurt a little bit, but is honestly not doing too bad. She's still over half.
Oh, okay. I got myself back up. How's Barca?
Barca is, well, on a scale of 1 to 121, he's about a 95.
So he's okay right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just cast. Because I'm at 38 or 31 out of 87.
Ooh,
So
yeah, you
you might
need
want might want to top yourself off.
I will. I'll
I can-
also give you a first level cure wounds here.
Okay. I'm gonna do a second level, or second level. Here.
Okay.
Oh,
Not very
nice! I got a dirty crit, so heal 11.
Awesome. Well, that's 19 with what I rolled, which was not so great.
So Rhiannon's investigating. Narashti's doing some healing. People are doing some healing. This is going to take about 10 minutes. I will give an inspiring speech.
Okay. Barca will probably be actually checking stuff out with Rhiannon.
That's fair.
That's my buddy.
Although less like looting, although he will like grab stuff and hand it over, but he's more like, well, Rhiannon, your insight being what it is, you see he's almost like looking for someone, or but as you guys kind of complete your rounds of the area that were the set of rooms that were definitely specifically the kind of their setup area for this particular fighting area, you kind of get the feeling like he's
Disappointed.
a little disappointed, but also maybe a little bit relieved that
Do I remember him talking about like his friend? Because wasn't there somebody that he was close to when he was?
there was someone that he was close to that I think he actually talked to you about specifically.
Yeah, I feel it. Yeah, I feel like
there
I
was
remember
someone that he was
something.
close to in the in his previous ludus, in his kind of a senior slave that was sort of his
Like his mentor almost, right?
yeah. And I forget the name of the. Trying to remember from watching Spartacus. It's been so long, but because the Dominus was the person who runs the ludus, I believe.
Yeah.
But there was
Yes.
another term for the senior slave.
It was the role, it was the role that I
The
had
Del
taken.
Torre?
Maybe.
The Del Torre, maybe?
Del Torre,
Maybe?
maybe.
Because that's what Gavin was gonna. That's
Yeah,
what
that was the
Gavin
role I
is.
was familiar
Okay,
with.
so then that was
Like the one who, the senior one who trains the other slaves and stuff.
right.
Yeah, the highest slave or whatever. Because they were still slaves.
Yeah.
Correct.
Hence why Gavin has tattoos now.
We need to work on that design.
When we're all gonna get it, we're all getting the
Yeah.
tattoos eventually.
Eventually.
Absolutely.
Completely lack the skill set for that kind of thing.
That's
Same.
fair. With that being said, though, unfortunately, the other than gathering what you were able to gather, unfortunately, Harst didn't have a whole lot of information on him per se. But then again, this was more of a the entertainment space, so to speak, as
Yeah.
opposed to his base of operations. But you have effectively eliminated at least what was the current leader of this underground fighting ring. So it scales balance out, but unfortunately, come to a little bit of a dead end as far as specific information on your mom at this point. And so, is there anything else you guys want to do down here? Or I'm assuming, are you going to be heading back then to Zaya?
Do we know of
Let's
any?
head back to the hotel.
Do we know of any shady clerics?
Any what clerics?
Shady clerics.
Shady clerics?
Why?
That's kind of
No.
what I was thinking.
Why?
Speak with dead.
Speak with dead.
Mm-hmm.
And all we need is a head.
Didn't somebody take Speak with Dead as a spell?
No, I took Raise Dead.
Sorry, my
I prefer
apologies.
that, if I'm being really honest.
Yeah, better to bring him back to life than saying, "Hey, what were your last words?"
You want to Raise Dead him?
No, want to speak with dead him.
I'm not gonna waste the resources on that. Let's just go have a conversation.
Take his head.
I don't know. Are we angry
You know
enough to just
this
want to
much.
kill him again?
I mean, bringing a severed head into the upper reach, the more civilized areas of Sharn, would be a cause for concern, if not outright arrest.
That's
However,
why I
you
said, do we know a shady cleric?
However, you are in the cogs and kind of that under Sharn, which is the seedy underbelly of Sharn. So while you do not necessarily know of any offhand, you're in the perfect place to start looking for one.
Would I, considering my job and the fact that I do a lot of things in the cogs, would I know of a shady cleric?
That is a good question.
Because this is kind of where both Rhiannon's mother and Rhiannon tend to do stuff.
As this was probably being discussed to some degree in character, and knowing Barca, he will take Harsk's head.
Stick it in the
That's
bag
fair.
of holding. Don't walk around with it in the street.
We have a bag of holding.
Yeah.
Don't we have a bag of holding?
Oh, we do have a bag of holding. Yeah, we do. I fucking bought the bag of holding. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
Hold on, I can't hear you.
It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Good job.
So yeah.
Barca will gladly accept the head.
Stick the head in the bag of holding,
And Barca will start to put it in, pull it out for a second, put his fingers up to the kind of the severed head to scoop up a little bit of the blood, kind of do that, and then he puts it in.
That's our Barca.
I'm trying to channel him as much as I can.
I think we need a sound stinger of "That's our Barca."
No. Anyway,
we'll work on it.
We'll workshop that. It's fine.
We'll put a pin in it and come back, circle back around to that at some point.
Yeah. So tell you what, for go ahead and Rhiannon, and I would say Ember. Go ahead and we'll call it a
investigation. You love me.
Well, I'd say if you're trying to remember if you know of any from the past, I would actually say make a history roll.
History, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Now, because there are two of you doing it, you could roll
22.
separately. Oh, never mind.
We both rolled high, so we both rolled above a 20.
Okay.
Yeah, I rolled a nat 20 for
Nice.
total of
Nice.
26.
I rolled a 19 for a total of 22.
Yes. In fact, you know a place that is, truthfully, not terribly far off. There is, of all things, a troll priest that lives down in Undersharn, by the name of Zog, Zaag,
Zarg.
Zog.
who you know is definitely near here. Tends to, as you recall, tends to worship. Oh,
The Dark Six?
I used to know the gods a lot better than I do now.
Dark Six.
As far as you know, tends to worship the traveler.
Oh,
Sure.
could be worse.
I feel like Ember and I both have this like light bulb moment and like,
Oh
oh,
yeah.
You say it at the same
Zog.
time. Zog.
Zog.
Zog. Would we know, particularly with Ember's high roll, would we know something to take to him, like as payment that might
Yeah.
get him
What does
to-
he charge?
Yeah.
Does he do
It-
gold or does he do other stuff?
It
Arm and a leg?
depends. It depends on what kind of tickles Zog's fancy.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes money, but other times either like rare gems, or even if Zog is looking for certain
Components.
like special components or reagents. You know that the biggest thing you know about Zog is while while she is fair, she definitely always requires some form of payment, and is very. Sometimes her help is being that the traveler is a bit of a chaos based deity. Sometimes Zog's favors don't come exactly the way the purchaser had necessarily intended.
Trickster. Let's go for it. It's at least
Mhm.
worth a shot.
Okay, so you head out to funny enough, where Zog's place is, which is actually not too terribly far from where you're at. Probably maybe like a 10 to 15-minute journey. Um, uh, the actual trip through Undersharn is fairly uneventful, although every once in a while you do see people skulking about, but you're kind of a party of, looks like, well-traveled adventurers, so, individual people are not going to necessarily mess with you. And sure enough, you get to what looks like so you see in kind of dried blood on this large wooden placard that looks like it might have been a table at one point, but the legs were broken off and then it was kind of hung up. But you see in dried kind of blood, just it's saying Zog, Zaag, pretty obvious. But and the entrance into what looks like some sort of maybe like crypt. At some point, you see the door itself is open, which you know is to indicate that Zog is there. And there are there are a couple of beings that are sort of in line, sort of waiting. Maybe a handful. And yeah, you hear some screaming coming from inside, and And after a few moments, you see what looks like a maybe like an orc, you're guessing, holding a bandaged arm, and you see from like, like the orc arm goes up to about mid, right about here, and then you see there's bandages wrapped there, and then you see this ginormous troll claw.
Oh my god.
That is kind of twitching, and the orc's kind of crying out and kind of whimpering in pain a little bit, but it's like, and you hear actually in common, "Quit your whining, you wanted your hand back."
Yep.
Well, that's one way to do it.
Cool.
I will look at the group of, you said about 6-ish other people.
Yeah, give or take.
It's like, I will give 5 gold to each of you if you let us go next.
Okay. Like,
Okay, I'll dole out the 30 gold.
they
Excellent.
And as you enter in, you see, so the room itself, or the area.
You're such rich brats.
Ruining everyone's economy.
You know what?
It's fine.
Gavin's philosophy is, if you can't hit it till it's dead, then throw money at it till it goes away.
And I mean, that does work, but at any rate, you enter inside, and sure enough, it does look like an actual crypt, or like even more of like maybe a mausoleum, where you see like all these niches where there would normally be bodies, although there are not any currently. However, you see several of the niches have like different bottles or reagents and unguents and all that sort of goofy goodness. And you see kind of down at the far end, because the room's maybe about, roughly maybe about 30 feet wide by like, it's definitely longer than it is wider, so maybe like 50, actually like 50 feet long. And you see at the far end there is an altar. It is a pretty low ceiling, like I'd say it's actually it's like just at maybe about 9-ish, 10 feet. So you see this troll kind of very hunched over, kind of going over things, and sort of you see sort of taking a large bloody rag and kind of wiping off this sort of stone altar, and then sort of toss it over to the side, and then turns around and is like, "Yes, come in."
We enter.
And you see this female troll with kind of gnarly green skin, and you definitely get the smell of
Gnarly green skin.
Unwashed troll.
an abattoir, as it were, of just blood and feces and crud, and
Ugh.
and then there's the smell of the mausoleum. No, but you get the idea. But you and you see this female troll, clad in really probably not much more than like maybe a loincloth, and just kind of sits there and kind of sits down, sort of cross-legged, and sort of gestures to the ground next to her.
We will
Blessings of the traveler on you.
Oh, you worship?
No, but you do, and it's respectful.
I like this one.
I look at Gavin. Do the talking thing.
Hi. Yes. Blessings of the traveler, indeed. I'll kind of move forward.
Yeah, quit sucking up. And so then she turns back to Rhiannon and is like,
Oh no.
Apparently, it's up to you.
Okay. Hi. We need
so, and kind of looks around and is like, so, are all four of you with him specifically, or is he? How does this all work? And you see she's kind of gesturing towards, Amaya, Narashti, Ember, and yourself.
we're all together. We're a group.
How can the traveler assist you?
Well,
And you see she's like making, like tries to do some sort of genuflection of something, but then realizes, you get the sense is just making it up as it goes along, and then after a few moments just doesn't, just like, eh.
fair. Well, we have need of your particular set of skills as well as your discretion.
Okay.
There is a person with whom we need to speak who unfortunately has passed on from this life.
Okay.
And I am under the impression that if we have a certain part of said body, that you may be able to help us speak with him.
Oh, you wish to call forth their voice from beyond, from the depths of Dola? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I do. Obviously, we are happy to pay for your services, make tribute to the traveler.
Now, is this a recently deceased body?
Very recent.
Yep. And I yank out the head out of the bag. Right here.
Oh, and you see she seems a little crestfallen, and you go, don't suppose you have the rest of the body, do you?
No, but it's a few blocks away if you
We
want it.
have to go back. It's like a really long walk.
I mean, Barka and I could run back and get it.
We could
Well,
pay
I
the
mean, if
folks
you want to
outside to go get it.
substitute another body in its place, and then she looks over at Gavin.
Well, do you need the whole body?
We just
We-
want
we-
it to
we
talk.
don't wanna
we don't
bring
want
him
it
back.
alive.
We don't want to bring him back. We just want to talk to him. Ask
I
him just a
wasn't
few
going
questions.
to. I wasn't going to bring them back from the dead.
Oh, good. Oh,
I was going to eat them. I'm a bit peckish.
oh, okay. Well,
I mean,
you know,
there are quite a few bodies back. We could give you the location name.
or we could pay the folks outside to go run and fetch a body or two for you.
You want all of them? I mean,
Well, I have to maintain my girlish figure.
that's
That is fair.
Tell
So-
you what, I'm gonna go get some bodies since apparently I'm either gonna not be welcome here or eaten. So
Don't be eaten. Take Marco with you. And maybe somebody else. There's a lot of bodies. How many bodies would you like?
How many do you have?
How many can you fit in the bag of holding?
I mean, we kind of killed a decent sized arena.
Oh,
you know,
I mean, found
wheelbarrow
a
or a cart or something.
warrior types. Oh, lean meat. Yes, yes, please.
Do you have a cart that Gavin could use
I'll bring it
Uh,
before.
with bodies?
I do not.
It's fine. He'll walk out. I'm gonna actually walk out. I'm gonna pull a patch off the robe of useful things. I almost said
Useless.
and it's going to be the riding horse with saddle.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
There we go.
And you see the six people that were kind of patiently waiting. They all kind of like, whoa, jump back because they're. It's not every day a person pulls off a patch and it turns into a horse.
Yep. Shoot him a wink, and then Barkin and I will go off and collect bodies and load them up on the back of the horse and Bring them on
Okay.
back.
Fair enough.
I forgot about that.
So we'll say, it'll probably take you and Barca and whoever else wants to go, if anyone else wants to go. Maybe probably like 5-10 minutes. I mean, it's not super far away, and it's not like the bodies are really going anywhere.
Yep. All right, I will
As
remove
of
that
yet.
patch.
But meanwhile, as far as for the rest of you, so yeah, you see Zog sits there and is like, so now that the boys are away, we ladies can discuss.
Ah, yes.
So tell me what's going on up above. All of these, these salt of the earth types, they don't get up there nearly as much. What is the current fashion trends? Is the king still alive?
We gossip because I don't know the answer to those questions.
And no, the king is not still alive.
No, in fact, the king is deadsies.
Oh,
Super deadsies.
Dead
For
says.
deadsies.
very well, very well. Well, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, we are part of a fighting group, a ludus, if you will.
Hence the fight that went poorly for the other people. I see.
Indeed. We had a certain person whose head you have who decided to stab us in the back, so to speak, double cross us.
I see.
He was
Now,
rude.
I'm assuming this individual here, and she holds up the head.
That
Mhm.
would be the one.
Now, with the spell that I am casting, or that I will cast once the payment arrives,
Indeed.
I will deem it to you to decide. There will be a total of 5 questions that you will ask. You may be able to, or I will ask on your behalf
Mm-hmm.
to the individual. Now, I warn you, Mr. Head here, and she kind of squeezes the jaw a little bit. They, is not compelled to necessarily speak the truth. And
does anyone have zone of truth?
may be cryptic in its answers, especially if it found you hostile, which I'm assuming it did, considering you are with a body and not so much with this guy here.
I've got a thing. I don't have zone of truth, but what I could do is do a zone of calm emotion,
Well, he's a
so that
spirit.
he doesn't feel hostile.
Does he feel?
Well, here's
I don't know.
Well, let's take a quick look at calm emotion.
I mean, it's better than nothing.
So here's the thing.
it's worth a
You know,
shot.
calm emotions works on people in the living sense.
Creature, yeah.
He's
I
not
guess.
Unfortunately,
living people.
this is literally just a corpse
A
head.
corpseified head.
And so you don't think I mean, Ember, you with the knowledge you possess as far as your magic capabilities and the spells you have, you know that a calm emotion spell would most likely have no effect on the skull.
Disembodied head.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Okay. Well, it's worth a shot.
So a few minutes later, you see Gavin and Barca arrive with what was their total of 5 bodies then?
I believe so, yeah.
If I recall. And you see Zog is like, oh, delightful, delightful. But feel free to set them over there.
Darling, do you have you don't have Zone of Truth, do you?
Me? No, I don't have Zone of Truth.
Okay. Just checking.
So,
We need to decide on 5 questions.
let me gather some of my materials, and when you are ready, I will begin the spell. But I would suggest it's always best to prepare your questions ahead of time. And so Zog then starts pulling out some, brings the skull, and you see she's actually very like, and you don't say anything until I tell you to. And it's like, apparently the skull is like her favorite toy now. Like that's.
I like her a lot. What questions do we want to ask?
By the way, Gavin, when he returns, informs everybody that the horse's name is Cadaverabus.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Because I just have a horse now. Like that's how that works.
Yeah. It's fine. We can take it on a skiff later. Find a place for it on the deck of Zaya. Add it to our accumulation of random things.
We may have to have Zaya fashion a stable.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so questions. Where's his where's his office
Okay.
or base of operations?
I'll write down as we go. Where is
I'm looking for input. I'm not trying to like
No, I get you. I'm just gonna
determine all 5 questions. Okay.
I mean, it's been 5 years. Do we want to ask if he still has the paperwork regarding the sale of your mother?
Yeah, if he has.
Does he still have a record of it?
Yeah, of Lyria de Medani. If he knows any details of where she was sold, potentially.
Maybe instead of asking where is his office, maybe we ask where, like, we determine if he has that information, and then ask where it's kept, because it may not be kept at his office.
That's a good point. Okay. I would say yeah, and maybe if he has any details of where she ended up being sold within Droam. How many questions is that technically? 4?
3.
3. Why don't we go with the 3 and maybe like, because we'll probably, if he's going to be cryptic or whatever, we may need to ask clarifying questions.
Mm-hmm.
Or have a couple of standby questions, but.
So I'm going to remind, I guess, one of the things that we're looking for, because like we kind of know that we need to go to I think it's the flesh market.
Yeah, the flesh market
which is
in Droam.
all up in Droam, and we don't get there without an invitation from one of the sisters. Which this whole thing was trying to get in good with that.
Well, trying to establish, yeah, so that we can get in.
Establish some level of validity, which clearly went.
Oh, that's dead.
All kinds of sideways. So maybe if he knows anybody, I don't fucking know. Maybe if he knows somebody that can help us in Droam.
Okay. Yeah.
Or a specific person. I like we can't just phrase it open ended like that. We need to get more specific. But do we know? Does he know? Does he know anybody in Droam that might give us that would give us a good word with the sisters in an effort to get to the flesh markets?
Yeah.
Now, what the fuck did I just say? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
I'd say maybe does he have a contact in Droam that could.
And Brian, remind me, these are the Night Sisters?
The daughters,
Yes.
well,
The daughters
Thorium
of-
is run by the daughters of Soya Kel,
Thank you.
a trio of
Trio of hags, yeah.
extremely powerful hags.
Yeah.
Some might even say legendary powerful hags.
Not people we want to cross.
And if you wanted to give an approximation to Soya Kel, like Baba Yaga, like
Yeah.
And then we have one kind of hanging
Thought someone
chad
would
of a
cross.
question.
Yeah, that way if we need to clarify or if he's being a dick.
Narashti and Maya, do you guys have any thoughts or ideas?
All sounds good to me so far.
Sounds good to me. I am having internet issues, so I missed some of it, but I trust you guys. I think it's fixed now, internet wise.
Okay. Yay! So moms need your internet too, babe.
Apparently, everybody needs my internet. Although we
More
have
of
the
a-
same internet provider at this point, so I
Ah,
don't know what
gotcha.
to tell you.
Maybe
For
not.
me, it was more of a computer internet issue than a
Gotcha.
Than an
internet
actual
Ah.
internet.
issue.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went with the internet I have because of their suggestion.
all right,
I have a cute sticky frog.
That was very
Sorry.
cute.
nice.
It's a fidget toy.
So are you ready?
I guess
We
as we're going
are.
to be.
Okay, so Zog prepares this ritual, and you see kind of sets some stuff on the altar and puts down like a kind of a trident like candelabra. And you notice there's like 3 kind of partially melted down wax candles on it, but she kind of plucks the one in the middle out and puts the head there, and kind of and you see she's like begins starting to cast the spell and waving her claws around, and admittedly being in the crypt in the sort of the darkness, as it were. I mean, there's a couple of little candles lit, so the room is like kind of, effectively like dim lighting, but
Mhm.
it's almost as if as you hear her start casting the spell in this, which is definitely sounding like giant to Gavin, since I know you can speak giant.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much for anybody else as far as what you can tell, but it's almost like the darkness of the room sort of like deepens for a moment as it's like being pulled into the altar, and it's weird because it's sort of got this kind of cold sort of coin effect on everybody, and like you even notice, like, embers sort of flaming blue hair, even the light of that has kind of dimmed a little bit, but then as she sort of completes this sort of ritual, you see both Zog's eyes, like the inky sort of blackness that it's almost to the point where it cuts off everybody's vision, all of a sudden sort of gets sucked in, and you see Zog's eyes are pure black, as well as you see Harsk's eyes open, and they are also pure black orbs. And you see she's kind of holding her claws there, almost like she's suspending the spell. And you hear her and Harsk at the same time say, "Speak."
Gavin pokes Rhiannon.
Do you still have record of the sale of Lyria di Madani from 5 years ago?
And you see then Zog kind of moves in and kind of whispers into Harsk's ear. And you hear just this sort of remember a person of that name.
Where would records of sales from 5 years ago be kept? Your records of sales from 5 years ago be kept.
Gavin is actually going to lean over and whisper to Ember at this point, just so that the troll doesn't hear and repeat what I'm saying. Did Grigori ever tell you what name Lyria was using when they sold her?
At least I don't think it.
Mm,
Out of character. I don't think it ever
I
came.
don't. I don't think.
yeah,
it
I
did.
don't think it came up.
Mm-mm. That feels like a blind spot.
We may have to go follow up on that.
Well, and even Telemon didn't know necessarily because
Yeah.
he wasn't privy to that side of it. But knowing your mom, she obviously would have kept her
Yeah.
true identity close to her chest and trying to hide it.
Yeah.
But she's an elf. Yeah.
She's a
Half elf, yeah.
Half elf. So at the very least, there would be a description of
There would be a description.
a elven
of her.
woman.
Well,
That'll
and you
narrow
know-
it down.
And you know that Telemon had crafted several magic tattoos.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We can at least, if he'll tell us where he keeps the records from 5 years ago, we can potentially try to get that information from Grigori before we take a look at it.
Okay. So what is your second question that you're asking?
Where would your records of sales from 5 years ago be kept?
And again, kind of whispers, which is very disconcerting because Zog's mouth could easily like swallow
Mm-hmm.
Harsk's head. Like it's kind of disturbing as you see her whisper how big her toothy maw is compared to the head. And you see Harsk. Kavala.
What was that?
Kavala.
Kavala?
Yeah.
Does that sound familiar at all to me?
Kind of place? Person?
Go ahead and
History?
yeah, I'd say go and make a history roll.
Anybody or just
I'll say for Rhiannon and Ember, I'll say history. If anyone else wants to roll it, I would say maybe with disadvantage, just because between your Tarkanan contacts and your Inquisitive days, you
Yeah.
two would have definitely
Dirty
had more
20.
exposure.
19 for me.
8 for Amaya.
with disadvantage? 22.
Dear Lord.
Holy shit!
I did a 17 and a 15 on the die, and I have a +7 in history. So
That's delightful.
The name actually does sound familiar for various different reasons. Rhiannon, you remember, because being an Inquisitive and, because being part of the CIA, you do remember that Kavala is the name of the head of the Dask organization, which is the criminal, the kind of the monstrous, basically the monster mob that runs
Yeah,
around
the crime syndicate.
crime syndicate. And you don't necessarily know the identity of this woman. They know it's a woman, rumored to be a potentially have some power as a magician. Like some people have seen her cast spells.
Mm-hmm.
But a very sort of kind of disciplined, no nonsense kind of woman, surprisingly human woman from what people who have been able to get a visual description. Ember, you definitely have heard. You've heard about Kavala mostly with Grigori bitching about, you know, her because, quite frankly, they are both the heads of different sort of criminal organizations, and when they are not working together, they are working at ends. Like,
Mhm.
it's the enemy, and my enemy is a convenient accomplice when need be, and a pain in my ass otherwise, kind of deal. Um, and you know for a fact that Kavala is the name of the Oni that runs the Dask Syndicate specifically.
Oh.
Okay.
And Gavin, you've heard of the name only in so much in that you kind of heard through the grapevine that if certain people wanted certain things handled discreetly, as far as like kidnappings or accidents, um, usually leaning a little bit more towards the brutal in nature, that you could leave a message for Kavala at a kind of a drug parlor in the Cogs known as the Lotus Den. Um, you think you remember the you remember there was some sort of passphrase that you had to say in order to leave the message. And you think you remember it. I mean, you've never. I mean, granted, this was from years back. As the as the political upper ups in society is like at their parties, like, well, did you know, gossip, that if you wanted to do it, you go to Kavala, So it's like you've never had firsthand knowledge, like you've never done it firsthand, but
Sure.
the name rings a bell with you as far as that uh, kind of memory sort of tie-in, for lack of a better term.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. um. Okay.
But you're being in the Cogs, you're definitely in the right area.
All right. Does he have any contact or known person in Droam who could help us get in good with the daughters of Soyakel to get to the flesh market?
And again, Zog. I know many ways to bring you to the flesh market. You would fetch a most handsome price.
I hate this guy so much, even when he's dead.
Good thing you guys killed him then. Yeah.
Help, friends. how do we get a better answer than that? How do we clarify on that?
To be clear, Gavin is phrasing anything that Gavin says is going to be said in a low tone. The expectation, of course, that Rhiannon would be the one to actually ask the question of Zog. Is that whatever her name
It's
is? Zog?
assumed that you guys can even step back a little bit. I mean, it's a big enough room. You can step back so you can kind of whisper to each other without having Zog over here.
Sure.
And Zog is not necessarily like Zog. Like when she's not whispering to the head, is almost like
she's holding her spell,
doing the sort of little manipulations with her claws, but is otherwise sort of in the zone, like in the trance of the spell, so to speak. Yeah. Like doesn't appear to be affected unless you ask a question out loud or directly to her.
I guess just ask if he has a contact that would be willing to take a bribe for an invite to the flesh market.
I'm Ember, Amaya, Narashti. Anybody have any issue with that question? It's not a bad question. Just pay
It's not a
somebody to
bad
do it.
question.
No, and it gives us somewhere else to go with this, and I think we're reaching the end of the line with this line of questioning.
You're not
Yeah.
wrong.
Who do you know who would accept a bribe to take us as free people to the flesh markets or get us an invite to the flesh markets?
Good clarification on the whole free people thing.
Thank you. Not a stock.
Sorry, I'm just thinking
I
about
can
a
see
reply.
the wheels turning in Brian's head. It makes
I
me
know,
nervous.
right?
How do I not answer?
I think it's less that and more would Harsh actually know anybody?
Right.
I imagine Harsk knows somebody.
And would he want to tell us?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So again, Zog. Harash leads to Kavala. Kavala leads to Troan. And your doom.
You know what? There's no need to editorialize, you fucker.
I hate him. Any last question? What last question do we want to ask this asshole?
I added a question to the bottom of the list if you want to take a look.
Okay.
Because we don't know the name, but you might be able to describe her.
Yeah.
She's unique.
I will. Okay. Do you recall this half elf? And I give a description of Lyria and whatever information about her magical tattoos that Telemon gave us
Ooh, okay, okay.
from 5 years ago and where she was sent in Droam. That was probably not a good way to ask that.
And you know, Zog, and again, just this sort of she resides in the claws of the daughters of Sorakel.
In the claws.
In the claws. Oh,
Great.
no.
So she got sold to one of the uppity ups.
Oh, we're gonna go piss off some people.
We're gonna have to dismantle a lot of things.
Fortunately, that is what we appear to be very good at.
1, 2, 3. Is
And
that only 4
We
questions?
have one left.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, we could ask where his vault of all of his goodies are.
Or we could ask where we could ask him where Caravel, whatever the fuck her name is,
Kavala?
Kavala is. It's up to you, Rhiannon.
Well, what does everybody think?
Do I know where Kavala is?
Well, we could leave a message in the Lotus Den, but
True.
password is iffy.
Yeah, Gavin probably would even like. It's like I think I remember the passcode, but who knows if it's changed? I mean,
Yeah.
Where is Kavala?
yeah,
Mhm.
that was gonna be the case.
Nor would I tell you if I did.
Mhm.
Cause you're a dick in death as you were in life, motherfucker.
Have a nice
And then you
time.
see the face just kind of goes limp, and you see the black just kind of putters out, and you just see kind of
Mm-hmm.
the dead form, and you see Zog kind of as the darkness and the recedes back to her normal kind of almost like a pustulant yellowish color eyes, for lack of a better term, and just kind of.
Mhm.
As she's kind of recouping herself real quick, Gavin's going to lean into Rhiannon and kind of whisper in her ear, see if we can get the head back. I have an idea, then we'll need that.
I don't know if she's gonna let us have the head back.
So you can keep the body. I just want the head.
Okay. Thank you so much for your assistance.
But of course.
May we
And
have
you
our
see she kind of excitedly looks over, and you see there's a couple of different like jars or like big sort of like round jar or not like jars but like
Mhm,
well or whatever or like big beakers. I don't know what you want to.
mhm.
But and seems to like kind of pick through and grabs one and then kind of
Oh, would
takes.
you mind if we have that back? I'm so sorry. We did bring you many bodies. Would that be all right?
We have gold.
50 gold.
I
But-
happily pay her.
I
Okay.
will pay her 5 gold out of Harsk's purse. Or 5 platinum out of
Platinum
Harsk's
out of-
purse.
Yes.
Mhm.
Because that just seems fitting.
That does
Yep.
seem
And
fitting.
so you see she puts the head in the jar, and like just kind of barely fits. She has to kind of push it down a little bit and then hands the jar over to you.
Thank you so much. You have been a wondrous amount of help, and it is greatly appreciated.
Yes, well, thank you for the food.
You're welcome. Blessings of the traveler be on you. Let's go.
Zog, before I know you don't like me super much, but I'm curious. If we brought you more bodies, could we possibly earn credit?
And what do you want?
Well, I just seems to me that we might find ourselves in the future in need of another one of these, perhaps a heal that may not be well looked upon up there.
My services are never looked well upon up there.
Yes, well,
Many
we like you.
you are, well, oh
Judgy.
no, she's a troll. She's gonna eat us.
Super judgy. We're not judgy.
I don't have a particular
Mhm.
issue with any of that. My question is if we brought you more bodies, just if we happen to run across some, would that earn us credit towards something else in the future?
Go and make a persuasion roll.
Straight roll?
Gavin is good at persuasion.
Some kind of punch card, bring in 10 bodies, get a first level spell free.
I mean,
I'm gonna say with yeah, just a straight roll.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna remind myself what my bonus is.
A lot. A
It's,
metric fuck done.
my bonus is 9. 26.
I said what I said.
Well, how many bodies? You know they don't keep well down here.
I understand, and honestly, my thinking is that occasionally we kill somebody that we definitely don't want the bodies to be found. So honestly, this would be a mutually beneficial relationship. So honestly, you would determine what we have earned by the amount of bodies that we've brought you.
Now, are they interesting bodies like Headless over there, or are they more brainless bodies like the lean meat over there?
I mean,
Sometimes.
it
It
kinda
depends
runs-
on the situation.
Kind of runs the gamut between aggressively henchmen and, big bad evil guy.
I admit I am very interested in interesting bodies. They make such an interesting collection, and she kind of gestures over to one of the niches where you see several other of these jars with apparently severed heads, and you see several of them are like
Like moving.
Like- yeah,
Okay.
they appear to be moving about, but they're like filled with a liquid. You see several of them have kind of are in different levels of sort of putrefaction.
So if we add to your unique corpse collection, it might go a further way towards building our credit.
Oh yes.
I think that can be arranged.
Wonderful.
So, out of character, I'm just going to make sure that this is said right now. For this game going forward, when we say we loot the bodies, we are looting the bodies.
Right?
The actual bodies.
Very
Yes.
important clarification.
Yep.
And provided you have safe places to store them that would not cause you to be arrested by the city watch, you're
I mean,
Well,
we can
gee,
talk
we
to-
have this magical ship that can shape wood
So we
and
need a, now we need a
hide
stable
so
and
many
a,
things.
we need a stable and
Well-
a corpse locker is now what I'm hearing.
Hold on.
We get
We do need a place.
refrigerated bag of holding.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we'll
Need
need
a bag of
separate
holding.
We need a bag of
Yep.
holding.
It'll be the body bag.
Oh my god.
Literally.
But that would be a huge bag of colding, you
It
realize?
would be the body bag of colding.
Yeah.
That's
And we would need like several.
Well-
Ryan's face is pretty fucking great.
What
right
is
now.
happening? Are
I
we
don't-
seriously thinking about
So
this?
this game will start. Holy shit.
Wow. I didn't realize this group was going to go that far, but all right. Here we are.
You know what? Gavin's kind of already on a slippery slope at this
Here
point.
we are.
I mean, we already kill people. We might as well do
Oh
something
my
useful with
god.
their
We
bodies.
are the
If
evil
we-
people
No,
somehow.
no. It's not
How
that
did
we're
we get
out
on
of
the
our
evil
way
side?
to take interesting people's bodies, but if we happen to have to kill somebody with an
Yes.
interesting body,
We're not seeking out to kill people. It's just if it has to happen, we might as well do something useful with the body.
And the way I see it, body disposal is a real problem in Sharn. We are doing them a
Also
favor.
true.
there you go.
And
You
you
know,
know,
all serial
crickets.
killers justify and rationalize
I
what
would like
they
to point
do.
out that we are the quintessential definition of murder hobos.
We
Oh,
are absolutely
100%
murder
we
hobos.
just massacred an
Hey, we are-
entire arena.
I mean, we
I mean-
didn't go in there with the intention to. It's
Yes,
not like
we
we're
did.
not to
adventures
murder all of them.
are
We're just,
Just-
fighting.
just select few.
We
Well,
were just
we're-
fighting.
We weren't trying to murder them, just beat them.
Yeah. They were supposed to just be knocked unconscious and it was fine.
And 9 times out of
except
10,
for
we don't
Barca
start the
slicing
fight.
that guy in half.
and you see
We don't
Barca
start the
just
fight
like-
usually.
yeah, I fucked that up.
It's okay, buddy.
That's all right.
It happens.
It was bound to go sideways sooner or later.
So I recognize we're justifying the hell out of this, but we're not trying to be bad guys.
Look, I'm just saying, if we can dispose of the corpses that we're gonna have anyway, we might as well earn some credit towards something that we could use down the road.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm here for it.
It's practical, not evil.
Right. We're
Yes.
gonna end up with some broken eggs, so we might as well make some omelets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Amaya knows where I'm coming from.
I like it.
So with that, then she'll kind of shoo you out.
Yes.
Actually, well, you get the sense that she's done with you more because she'll go over and rips off a leg of one of the
bodies and
people.
starts chomping down.
And then kind of, is there anything else I can help?
Oh no, we're sorry. We'll get out of your hair, so to speak.
Honestly, I imagine most of this conversation happened after we left.
That's
fair. Thank you. Bye now.
May the traveler bless you.
In all the best ways.
Even you, suck up. And then just kind of goes back to.
He'll just give her a big old winning smile and wave.
Sorry, but when you repeated the same exact thing Rhiannon did, when it was like, it was easy to, yeah.
Easy to
So,
pick on Gavin.
We will walk out, and I will gesture to say, "Oh, this is my horse, Cadaveribus."
Hi, horsey.
You can
And
call
the
him
horse
Cad.
is not
Cad for sure.
super happy to be down underground with a bunch of the smell of dead corpses now littered upon it.
It's okay, buddy. We'll leave now.
Not a happy horse, but but professional.
Amaya looks at the horse, looks at Gavin. Are you keeping it?
What am I supposed to do with it? I needed it to move the bodies, and now it's here.
Like,
If
forever?
you're keeping it, you're
Or does
buying
it go
hay to lay
poof?
down, and you're mucking out its pen.
I was raised by nobles. I can take care of a horse.
Just so we're clear.
No, I get it. It's fine. Deal accepted. I'm just saying, I know how to take care of a horse. Dad had 15, and he thought
Yeah,
it would.
but didn't you have servants for that kind of thing?
Yeah, well, Dad thought it would build character to have me do the mucking.
Fair.
Very well then.
Or as punishment.
Little from column A, little from column B.
Do we want to go by the Lotus Den while we're down here and try to leave a message for Kavala? I mean,
if I'm being really super honest here, a little tapped at the moment. If we took an hour to kind of take it easy, and then dropped by the Lotus Den.
do we want to go back to the hotel for a bit?
I mean, I still got some big gun spells left.
I don't have big guns. I have medium to small guns.
Well, we also it kind of looks over at Ember. Is Grigori down here?
More
Yeah.
or less.
Because we may want to go ask the name of what Lyria was
If he even remembers.
going under. I'm sure with enough remuneration, he'll remember vividly.
I mean, I can just send him a message and ask.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're heading towards the Lotus Den, I guess. So, do you want to do that?
Yeah. All right. As we're walking, I'm
Okay.
gonna be a talking.
All right.
So where's message? I think that's a 3rd level.
Well, sending is 3rd level. Message is lower.
Oh yeah,
Message
yeah.
is a-
Doesn't
Sending.
go as, but I don't think message goes as
Message
far.
only goes
No,
100 feet.
message is within my sight.
Yeah.
No, I need to do sending. Okay. Yeah. 3rd level. I got a 3rd level I can burn. Okay. I cast. Okay. Hey, it's Ember. Do you remember what name Lyria?
Yeah.
Madani was sold under? Or what description was on her paperwork?
So you have like 5 words left.
Maybe something like give him like a 5-word description of her, like half elf, infiltrator, something. I don't know.
Well, he knows what that he knows what who she is.
I couldn't remember if he knew who she was by name.
So, I mean, you don't have to use the last 5 words. You don't.
No, I'll leave it off.
So after a few moments pause, as you guys are kind of continuing to walk down, you hear, Ember. No idea as to name. Only remember face. And tattoos. Remember, she was good looking. Fetch good price. Dask very dangerous. Suggest you go elsewhere. That's it.
Yeah. He doesn't know the name, but her tattoos were noted.
And truthfully, from your description previously when you spoke to him, that's how probably he remembered her most.
Yeah. So at the very least, probably her tattoos were in the paperwork.
Okay.
Well,
So
that's all I got.
Whilst we are going there, I will actually climb up on the back of Cad, and I will pull out a parchment and a pen.
Okay.
And a book on which to write, and I will quickly jot down a message for Kavala.
Okay.
Let me figure out.
Tell you what, as you guys head then to the Lotus Den, okay. So again, because you're a larger group of individuals who look like you can handle yourselves, while you are definitely spied upon every now and then from the denizens that reside within the cogs, no one tries messing with you as a group.
Yeah, Rhiannon is definitely keeping an eye out, considering how many times we've been attacked in this city.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And you notice, like, you definitely get the predatory stares of people that are eyeing you up. Like, you definitely know now is not a good time where if one of you split off, then maybe different story. But as a group, since you're well armed, obviously looking like seasoned adventurers, no one dares attempt to try.
No one's stupid enough to attack us right now.
And sure enough, you get to the Lotus Den, which is looks like it may have been at some point like maybe like a foundry or something along those lines, or some sort of maybe even like a fishery or something. You're not really sure, but as you kind of enter into the place, you notice that it's actually kind of like 3 or 4 tiers that kind of descend into kind of a fairly rectangle. It's a fairly rectangular room, but it's almost like an inverted ziggurat, kind of where it's got sort of tiers that kind of keeps kind of angling down. But you see there are and there are all sorts of there is a haze, just a haze of different kind of colored smokes, and it's all kind of dimly lit. But there are some torches and whatnot. But it's definitely got a haze, and truthfully, you're all kind of just sitting there, even with just kind of standing there, like, oh, okay, this is all right. This is something. As you see, there are different people lazing back and like smoking on hookahs or doing whatever, and you do even see maybe there's a couple of areas that are maybe more like curtained off, slightly like curtained off booths, where you see kind of servers come in and out every once in a while, and you see people maybe doing a little panky as far as that. But for the most part, the majority of people that you see are out in the open are just kind of sitting there getting high, kind of lazing away. You do see this what can only be described as sort of a yak man, for lack of a better term, is kind of sitting there, sort of strumming a almost kind of like a zither kind of style instrument, kind of plucking away and just kind of playing this sort of kind of calm, mellow, melodic tune. And you do see that many of the people that are here tend to be more of the dregs of society, but you do see in some of the more private booth areas, people of means are kind of pay to have their sort of private entertainments and whatnot, for lack of a better term. You do see that there, much like a lot of the other areas here, there are many people that are not your atypical elf, dwarf, what have you. You see actually probably like an ogre just snoring with like the pipe of the hookah sort of like precariously somehow still hanging on the lip as he snores profusely, but just kind of sitting there sleeping. You see several again, goblinoids, orcs, shifters, couple of Goliaths. And you even see that there is a very scaled, very serpentine-esque looking sort of person, a male as far as you can tell, that although admittedly a bit on the androgynous side, but definitely has a couple of reptilian features. And then you do see every once in a while, even though humanoid, you'll see like a kind of a pork tongue, sort of a bit on the androgynous taste side, the air from time to time, but definitely has a couple of reptilian features. And then you do see every once in a while, you see there's all sorts of people here.
Before we actually like dip in, Gavin will kind of pass the letter that he wrote around to everybody so they have a chance to kind of see what he's written.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote around. which is on the drive, but I'll read it to you guys real quick because I know not
Okay.
everybody's there. It says, fairly pointed speech. Need to have a conversation about Harsk. Utmost importance. Prefer to meet on neutral ground. Send word to the hotel, whatever the fuck we're staying, under the name Sugar Fluff, and then signed House Yggdrasil.
And signed House what?
Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which was going to be the name of the Ludus that we were going to do.
Right.
We did.
Does anybody have an issue with what I've written there?
No.
So the gentleman that I mentioned with the serpentine features, as you approaches and they're definitely wearing like sort of like pants with like an open robe. The chest is sort of exposed. The interior of the area is actually very warm, comfortably so, but not with some of the either like they're doing something to keep the temperature level. It's not sweltering hot when you're going by the foundries, but it's not like super cold when you're in the caves that go deeper down or what have you. But the whole place is meant to be very nice, mellow, relaxing area. And you see the gentleman approaches you, and you recognize them as since you guys have been around a while now, most likely you're thinking probably a Wanti of some kind. Can I help you?
And Gavin will kind of say, well, we have a message to leave for Kavala, and he will say what he remembers of the passcode.
Okay. Even or odd, Mr. Bear?
Fuck. Even.
That is not the current password.
What
If
do we
one
need to
were
pay?
to,
What do we need to pay for the current password?
Kavala is quite busy. To make the introductions,
Mm-hmm.
I would say, kind of eyes the group of you up and down. 100 gold.
I pass him 10 platinum from Harsk's pouch. Because fuck this guy.
Fuck this guy.
And you see takes the money, pockets it, you don't really know where, because not really wearing like a belt or whatever, but it disappears all the same.
Can I make an insight check to know that he's actually going to do with it what he claims he's going to do with it? Or is he just fleecing us?
Sure, go ahead and make an insight check.
May I as well?
Absolutely.
17.
I would also like to do that.
Okay.
26.
I don't.
Amaya got a nat 20, so 29.
Nice.
I'm going to leave it up to the people that have a higher wisdom than I do.
I just rolled well.
Maya wins here.
Amaya definitely wins.
So Amaya and Rhiannon, you get the sense that this person seems is willing to overlook the password issue since it was an older password, but with the payment. And as far as you can tell, they're they seem truthful to their word. You don't get the sense of, you get the sense that they're used to business.
Yeah.
Over, or you know, that is more important than that. And granted, it was a password. It was just an old one.
Mm-hmm.
So you're thinking that probably is still getting your foot through the door, as opposed to like if you didn't have the password, well then, or any password, it would have been a whole different story.
Gotcha.
Does he give us the current password, or does he just overlook the old one?
Nope, just doesn't say anything else. Takes the letter and takes the coins. He's like, if you would like, please enjoy our everything here that we have to offer.
Inside the letter, there is instructions to get in contact with us. I think we will take our leave. Thank you.
Very well. And with that, just kind of nods and then turns around and kind of heads back to where they were going.
Do you remember that, Brian? Do you remember the name of the hotel that we were staying at? Just so I have it in the notes.
Hang on. If we named the hotel.
I don't know if I don't think I particularly had the name of it written down.
I don't think we named the hotel. It was just a really swanky hotel.
Fancy one.
Okay, it's going in my nose. It's Hotel Fancy Pants.
Okay.
Yep.
The Shimmering Pantaloon Inn. I don't know.
Nope. Okay, never mind. That's what it's going into.
I got it.
Hotel Shimmering Pantaloons.
I mean, Fancy Pants is so pedestrian, you know.
I did post what I wrote in the letter in the chat, so in the Hangouts, so it is available for all to see. More importantly, for the DM to see. I realized before we got started I hadn't updated the overlay, but now, if anybody is interested, they can look at our character sheets.
What?
Hey!
No.
All right.
Now, just curious, I admit, because I'm not using it as far as on the GM side of things. Are you all using D&D Beyond then for your characters?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think for the most part, I think if people aren't, they're keeping it updated.
Keeping it updated.
At the end of each session, so like the abilities and whatnot are going to be accurate, if not like the current hit point totals and whatnot. So.
Sure. So tell you what, we're
not quite 2 hours in, but we can still take a break if you need to.
Do you guys want to do like just a quick, like maybe 5-minute break?
Sure.
Yeah.
So we're just going to do like a quick 5-minute break. So we'll be back at like 1:56, 1:57-ish.
All right.
Central Time.
Good to go.
All right, and we are back. So you guys drop off the message, head out of the Lotus Den, which is probably good because if you were there for too terribly longer, Admittedly, the smoky haze of whatever shit they're burning in there. I mean, you're already feeling a little lightheaded just coming out of it, but you could see how people could lose a lot of time in such a place.
I'm part rock star. I know the scene.
Because opium.
With that, where are you guys going to head to next? You're going to go retreat back to the hotel then?
Hotel
or?
Shimmering Pantaloons.
Yay, hotel!
All right. Your trip back up is uneventful. And so by the time you get to back to the hotel, we'll say it's probably like afternoonish, give or take.
Can I check in with the front desk and see if they have my crystal for me?
Yes, and indeed they do. The particular serving staff, the halfling gentleman, concierge or whatnot, is like, yes, we were able to. It took a little bit of hunting, but we were able to acquire what you seek. We had to go into the actually the old Riedran neighborhood, but we were able to find it. And
wonderful. How much do I owe you?
I forget off the top of my head, but it was like a. Effectively, it was like just like a holy symbol, basically, right?
Right, yeah.
So let's see. So it is maybe about 5 gold.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I pay him the 5 gold and leave another gold as a tip.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
And you see in a he offers this little kind of like a jewelry box, basically. And you open it up and you see it is it is like on a fairly kind of thin, delicate looking sort of nondescript chain. You see a slightly slightly off-white with hints of kind of a purple and in some cases even a little bit, depending on how you shift it in the light, sort of pink iridescence, a crystal that almost appears, depending on how the light hits it, it almost feels like it's glowing, even though it's not. But it gives that sort of funky visual sort of effect. Narashti and Maya, for you two, go and make perception rolls.
Okay.
I will remove it from the chain and fix it into the top of my staff.
Okay.
Not
Very
great.
Caduceus-like.
D&D
Fair enough.
Beyond, I'm going to stop rolling there. I only got a 10.
Okay. And sorry, what did Amaya get?
I got a total of 12.
Whew.
I'm not supposed
Okay.
to use my passive perception, could I?
Yeah.
No, so you guys are, I mean, you're, so we'll say neither of you necessarily notice what or at least it doesn't stick out to you as far as what Rhiannon is doing. Rhiannon, I would like you to go ahead and make a, we'll call it an intelligence roll, and if you have proficiency with like I'd say like a jeweler's or maybe like a tinkering toolkit, you could add proficiency.
I have proficiency with thieves' tools. That's delicate work.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna.
Just a straight intelligence roll.
So yeah, just kind of a straight intelligence roll.
I mean, I have a +3 to intelligence, so that's a total of 19.
No, that's not bad. So as you guys kind of retire back to the suite and sort of settle down a little bit, it'll take you maybe about a 30 minutes worth of time as you're just kind of securing it to make it sure it's like securely fastened in there, and you're good to go. You've got it secured.
Wonderful.
And actually, Rhiannon, I'll go ahead and let you make a perception roll too as you're working on this.
My passive perception is 17.
No, go and make a perception roll.
Oh man. That is a 15.
Okay. As you're working on it, you kind of come to the realization. Now, you haven't seen Narashti use her sword a ton, but you have seen her draw it and use it every once in a while. And you realize that the shard that you have, which granted the shard you have is only like maybe like 1.5 to 2 inches long by like, it maybe 1 inch wide. Like it's not a large piece compared to her sword, which is a whole scimitar.
A whole ass sword, yeah.
Right. But the crystal, both crystals have very similar properties. It looks like, and you realize that this shard for the pendant that you now have on your staff is the top of your staff is in fact a shard of deep crystal is what it's referred to. And from what you know of your arcane knowledge, is usually a very psionically resonant type of crystal. Not that it effectively, the shard necessarily does anything, but it's at any rate. Is anybody, other than kind of, I guess, relaxing, maybe taking a short rest?
Yes, I will.
Is
be
anybody
taking a short rest?
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
Absolutely taking a short rest.
Yes.
Okay.
Will that be allowed?
Yes, you can take a short rest.
Okay.
Wait, can I do my song?
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, you do it during a short rest, right?
Yeah.
Then yes, you can.
So everybody that uses hit die can also add another D8.
Pardon me. That's weird. All of a sudden, I'm seeing like Narashti's screen light up, but I don't hear anything coming from it. So I was like,
Oh, that's weird.
so apparently the mic was picking something up, but
Huh.
nothing that my dog brain could apparently pick up. That's
I don't know. I guess I was clicking things. Okay, I
fair.
still can't make short. Oh, I don't understand how this works on here.
You have to confirm it if you do it.
Okay.
Check the box for however many hit dice you use,
Yeah, I did.
and then click short rest, and then click to confirm it, but then you have to go manually add your hit points.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, so that's what it was. I have to manually add it. Thank you guys.
So I spent a hit die for Barca to heal,
Okay.
and I got a 12 on the hit die and an 8 on the bonus die.
Nice.
Very nice.
So he is within, just with the one roll, he's within 3 of his total hit points. I'm just going to leave him there.
Nice.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Oh, and when you're manually rolling out your hit points, don't forget to add in your Constitution bonus for each die you roll.
Yes.
What just apparently I can't do anything. Why did I roll 3 of them? Well, that works. I'll just
Because you really wanted to heal.
I guess.
Well, if you use hit die, you got an extra D8 from Ember.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, right. I just D&D Beyond's just doing things I didn't expect it to do. That's my that's really the issue here. It's all good.
It's all D&D Beyond's fault.
Yep.
A short while later, a messenger. You get a knock on the door, and a messenger. So probably a couple hours later, truthfully, but as it's starting to delve into evening, we'll say there's a knock at the door, and you see one of the halfling servants kind of offers up. There was a message left for you, and kind of holds up a letter.
Thank you.
I toss him a silver.
Much
Never
appreciated.
forget tips.
Much appreciated, madam.
I open the letter.
And
Oh God.
It goes poof.
no, I mean,
Like,
yeah,
That's
no.
100% what I was afraid of. As
It's
he
a
gave
nuke.
that look, I was like, oh God, what did I just open?
You didn't check for traps.
I look at the envelope carefully.
It's a paper envelope.
Mm-hmm. I kind of feel it.
And inside is a folded sheet of paper, and then you open it, and to what do you say, Snuggly Puff? Sure. Sorry, I'm brain farting.
Sugar Fluff.
Sugar Fluff. To whom it may concern. And then you see kind of written hastily underneath it, I'm not calling you Sugar Fluff.
You know you want to.
Not gonna do it. You and your group have caused me quite a bit of headaches. Normally, I would deal with that harshly. However, there apparently has been some interest in you and your group. A representative will be arriving soon to discuss the matters further. I highly suggest you take their offer, as mine will be less forgiving. And then at the end, it doesn't say like sincerely or whatever, it just says Cavallo.
So on the plus side, she knows who we are.
On the minus side, she knows who we are.
And Amaya, you hear Zaya go, Mom?
What is it, dear?
You need to get back to the ship.
Amaya starts running back to the ship.
Fuck.
There's someone here waiting for you guys.
She knows who we are. I feel like we would all take off after Amaya.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Did we or did we not bring one of the air skiffs here?
I would
Mm.
assume so. Yes.
I thought we did.
Well, I don't know. I guess you guys were trying to be sort of
I
incognito with
suppose.
the.
Yeah, we were incognito.
So I
We
would say
didn't-
no. You probably hired like a sky coach or something.
Let's go get a sky coach.
Amaya, what's your speed running?
Normal speed 45, so with a dash 90 feet around.
And I forget. Can you also, as a bonus, dash too?
I
Step of the wind.
if I
Or do you
spend
have
a
to
Yeah,
spend a
step of
key
the
point to
wind.
do that though?
I would have to spend a key point to do that.
Okay.
Gavin is gonna, as Amaya kind of starts to go out the door, he's gonna kind of like not grab her, not grab her as in like forcibly grab her, but just kind of touch her and say, "If I fly us there, we can get there faster. But I can just take you."
Mm.
Don't fucking split the party, man. Not a good time to do it.
Mm-mm. I mean, I could.
How long would it take to get a sky coach here?
Not long. It's
Being
the
that you are in
horse
the upper ritzier part of the city, actually flagging down a sky coach will not take long at all.
Yeah, let's just get a sky coach and pay them to go fast.
In fact, you see there are several across the way, across the bridge or the walkway from where the hotel's at that you could easily go and flag down.
All right.
So as we get up to the sky coach, I'm gonna pull out 10 platinum.
Okay.
I'm gonna hand it to the coachman. You're gonna take us directly to Lyrandar Tower, and you're going to go there as quickly as you reasonably. No, you're gonna get there as quickly as you can.
Right. And you see the guy gets on. It's like, "Are you in?"
we are in. Let's go.
Yep.
And sure enough, starts hauling ass, and you see nat 20 on the roll, nice. You see this guy is the frickin' Han Solo of sky coaches, apparently, as literally weaving between bridges, and at one point you guys have to hold on for dear life as the sky coach literally pulls a Millennium Falcon to try to squeeze through two passes.
Yes.
As it tilts to the side, and you're like trying not to fall out because it's still a coach body,
Right.
like, so you're like trying not to fall out the door as you see the depths of Sharn, the towers below you. You see at one point the guy narrowly clips a group of gargoyles that then chase after for a little bit, but then like keep zooming past, and they, you hear them swearing up and down as this guy takes you to your word, and just
I regret
sure enough,
nothing.
because I literally rolled a nat 20 on his skill check, so you proceeds to just you and by the time you get there, like you've been in some harrowing events, but and flying, because you live on an airship, but this is the first time in a long time where you're a little queasy just because of the amount of like G-forces that you've taken going about and going routes you didn't even realize existed, because you're like, no way someone would fit through there. Boom. Oh, I guess we did.
Well, that happened.
But in an extremely short period of time, you were up at the Lyrandar Tower, and as you quickly approach Zaya, you see, as you kind of come out on the platform that then kind of leads to that opens up right before the boarding ramp for Zaya, you see sitting there on the ship, you see Nikali, and Kaladin
Karth is there.
and
Sure, sure.
Cart. Well, you see Nikali is kind of sitting there holding his staff. You see Kaladin has actually drawn has got his magic crossbow and he's kind of pointing it in the direction. You see Karth has a few arrows sort of knocked and drawn. And you see Tina's sort of standing up behind them, also kind of hackles raised. And the reason why you kind of see them in a very sort of offensive position is on the platform itself. You see, three individuals, so to speak. One is a draconic creature with large, sort of bat-like wings. No forelimbs necessarily, but big, long, thick, sturdy legs ending in these just large, gripping talons. It looks like they could shear a man in half. And coming off of its tail is this kind of scorpion-like pincer. It is also actually wearing looks like a plate mail type of barding on it, and in fact, it looks and has a saddle and some sort of like bit and bridle type like harness. And you see it as a mount. The creature to whom you see, you're guessing is the one that normally mounts it, is you see a. Let me pull up the picture here.
I'm going to have to let you share screen. Give me a second.
Yes, please.
As a side note, as we were in the coach, I would have liked to have cast Mage Armor if that's acceptable.
That is acceptable.
You should be able to share screen now.
All right. Up. So you see a large minotaur wearing plate mail that looks more or less like that.
Ew.
Maybe I can try to make it a little bit bigger, but with the skull
boy.
with the skull motif and everything, and with the axe, who is sitting there with a helmet under one arm, does not have a weapon drawn, although looks like, I mean, they could quickly do so if they needed to. But it's, even with all of that, the thing that brings you pause is the other individual that is standing there, who, as you approach the platform, turns to face you, and you see smiles as she sees you, and you see her.
This bitch again.
Oh, joy.
Yippee skippy.
Remind me what her name was? Oh, Soya.
Well, the daughters of Soya Kel, like Soya is their
Right.
surname.
Yeah. Should have made that connection.
That bitch from Stormreach.
And you see she just kind of looks at all of you as you approach and goes, "I'm surprised it took this long. Shall we sit down and discuss?" And she motions towards the ship.
I think we can discuss right here.
Very well.
As that kind of happens, I will look over at Nikali, Karth, Kaladin, and Tina, and just kind of glance over at them and say, "Would you kindly make sure that nobody is around us? Former perimeter."
Okay. Well, there and I will say, as far as Tina and Kaladin and Nikali and whatnot, they are and Karth. They're still all on the airship itself. They're on Zaya, kind of guarding the kind of the gangplank, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, I figure we're having this conversation on the platform. I want to make sure there's nobody else around. Barca, knowing Barca, will take up a position at the gangplank between them and Zaya, and honestly,
Sure.
Amaya probably will too, knowing Amaya.
And
Yeah.
and you do see like as some of you approach and like Barca approaches, you see the wyvern kind of does a hiss at Barca, but you see the Minotaur, who looks damn near as big. Like you're kind of wondering how the wyvern could necessarily allow the Minotaur to ride it, as they look like very similar in size, at least when the wyvern's wings are kind of folded in. But the Minotaur just kind of does a little tug on the reins to kind of settle the wyvern, and it quickly sort of settles back down. Although you can definitely tell it's maybe a little bit agitated. And funny enough, when it does sort of hiss and act a little more agitated, you notice Argentia also almost sort of, their hackles are up a little bit too, so to speak. Like I don't know, sort of the draconic equivalent of
Draconic equivalent of "come at me, bro."
right.
Well, Amaya is definitely positioning herself with Barca between Zaya and these people, and she's got her sunblade out, and not like I'm about to attack you, and just kind of like a resting position, but it's definitely active.
Okay.
Did you turn off the soundbar, buddy? Sorry,
And
my
you
son is
see-
in here playing Minecraft.
And you see Soya Superior looks at the blade and is like, I assure you that's not needed here.
Better to be safe than sorry.
Look, you brought your muscle. We've got ours. As he kind of glances over at the Minotaur.
And you see the Minotaur's like, kind of looks down at her, and you get this, actually go ahead and make an insight check.
$17.
23.
You get the sense that this Minotaur does not necessarily like Soya Superior, but kind of, I mean, she definitely seems to be in the sort of the position of power between the two. That being said, she looks on and goes, it has been known to me now that you are searching for something, or perhaps someone.
And?
Well, I, as a representative of my mother, Soyakatra, would like to invite you to Droam to discuss such matters. And you see there's a little kind of snort of subtle snort of kind of derision a little bit from the Minotaur, but doesn't say anything else. It's like, and then you see she's like, oh yes, and there is a bit of a discussion as to the incident with a certain airship that needs to be discussed. The captain here, and she kind of gestures towards the Minotaur, would like to discuss the situation, or has also been tasked to bring you in to discuss the matter.
I don't
Sorry,
particularly
what matter?
see-
Sorry, Rhiannon, what did you say?
I'm sorry, what matter?
Oh, I believe it was the something to do with the airship that you destroyed, more or less.
I don't
I'm
recall
not
us
really.
destroying an airship.
And I apologize, I didn't quite catch that. What was that?
I don't recall us destroying an airship. And smiles very sweetly at her. Because technically, we did not destroy it.
True.
Yeah, you just
You
heated
just
up the metal to cook everything
Just-
inside of
we
it.
just turn it into an oven.
right. I didn't destroy
Did not
it.
destroy it.
The airship is fine.
Yeah. I mean, it should be cool by now.
Hence why Rhiannon's response was, I don't recall us destroying an airship.
And she continues, regardless, there is a discussion that apparently must be had, and she kind of, you see Saphira kind of rolls her eyes, but you see the Minotaur sits there kind of resolute. It's like, so, we will offer you safe passage into Droion so that you can indeed visit my dear mother, who would very much like to have a word with you.
And safe passage back again. For all of us.
I imagine that primarily depends on what my mother has to say. I have no control over that.
What is the nature of this conversation your mother wishes to have?
And you see for the first time, like she, from what you've seen of her, she definitely plays up the sort of I'm better than you sort of snotty, that sort of snotty attitude. But for the first time when you mention that, you actually get a sense of a slight tinge of annoyance from her. Apparently, Truth Seeker, that is for you and my dear mother to know.
Give us a moment. Kind of look at the rest of the party and kind of make a gesture to head towards the ship.
I back away, keeping my eyes on that bitch.
Sure.
Gavin just full on turns his back and walks up the gangplank.
Amaya mind links with Gavin as he goes past, but stays facing the other group here.
So as he's so that being the case, as Gavin is chatting with the rest of the party, he will keep Amaya apprised of what is being said.
Okay. Easy enough to do.
So everybody who's coming up gets up. Gavin kind of turns back to everybody and goes, "So, trap, right?"
Crap.
Yep. Pretty much.
Definite trap.
100% a trap. Although
And we are going to walk right into it, aren't we?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
I don't even
Yep.
feel like she's hiding the fact that it's a trap.
No.
Well, okay. she has us over a barrel here. We don't really have much of a choice at this point. We've pissed off Kavala. We've gotten the attention of one of the frickin' daughters of Soyakel. If we're gonna get what we want, I think we need to at least go hear what she has to say, and if and when it becomes obvious that it is a trap, we fight our way out or die trying.
We have the advantage at least knowing that it is a trap.
Not really. I mean, as you said, they're not even really making any bones about it. Like, this is a trap.
Like, do we have to go today or could we go tomorrow?
Well, it's a journey. Like, it'll take us a couple of days to get there, yeah?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it'd probably take like 1 or 2 days.
Okay,
I'd also
okay.
like to point out that they
Never
are
mind.
probably not fully aware of the capabilities of Zaya. So if we slowed things the hell down,
Travel at normal airship speed.
yeah,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't think
Absolutely.
That they would have any idea. Otherwise.
Actually, I would go a tidge slower than normal airship speed.
Well, and I should say, like, a normal airship would probably only take like a day or two. Like, Droam is on the western border of Braylon. It's not that far away.
That's
But
not-
I'm
so-
saying
yeah.
like underplay what
play down what Zaya is capable of.
exactly.
And definitely make a big show of the goblins being the crew on the ship to actually.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Yep. Play all of that up big time.
Maybe not fill Barca fully in on the plan.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're doing this.
Yep.
It's either that or deal with whatever harsher thing Kavala has in store for us.
No, you're
So
not wrong. Amaya, will you kindly inform Zaya to remain in ship form and to remain dormant as much as shiply possible, Kalashtarly possible, as much as possible.
I will discuss it with her. Yes.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna go accept the offer unless anybody wants to do it because I'm good at lying.
you are good at lying. I will simply be there to back you up.
So he will kind of walk back to the gangplank and get about get up literally just to the top and look down at what's her face and the Minotaur and say, "Well, are you coming?"
Those bitches are getting on our ship.
How else are we gonna get there?
They can get their own damn ship.
They can stay on the fucking deck.
Or they can get their own ship.
Yeah.
I'm with team get their own ship.
Yeah, I don't want them on here. Are you
Absolutely.
kidding me?
I'm sorry.
We
let me
do
amend.
not have the room
Let
for that.
me amend.
We
So,
don't have
how
the
are
room
you
for
guys
that.
getting there?
Well, I was assuming you would take me along.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, you know what
There
they say
is-
about people who assume.
There is no way on this earth that we are letting you on this ship. We'll follow you, but I don't trust you, and you're not.
You realize how many goblins it takes to run that thing?
And to be perfectly fair, we have a lot of goblins. We don't have a lot of room.
We're at Lyrandar. You can always rent a ship. He kind of gestures towards the administration office.
Conveniently, you're already heading in my direction.
Inconveniently, we don't have room for you.
Very well. Captain, you can go about your task. I will join them. That way you don't have to deal with
All
The
right,
captain.
look, if we're being perfectly honest here, I'd rather him than you.
100% agree.
and you get again that little twinge of annoyance.
At which point,
Like-
Gavin just slight, like, curling of the lips smile.
Very well then. Captain, you'll go with them. I'll take your mount back. And you see the captain is not happy with that at all.
Look, if we're going to piss people off, we might as well just lean into it.
But well, and not unhappy necessarily at you guys, but definitely like again, no love lost between the two of them
Oh,
at
I'm
all.
all about driving a rift.
But you see, he then hands over the reins and it's like, "I will see you there," and flies away on a wyvern. And you see the Minotaur kind of watches them go, and then just kind of like looks over at the rest of you.
I didn't catch your name, Captain.
And I apologize, I'm a tenor, so I can't do the baritone justice, but in the deepest Worf-esque, like, baritone voice, you hear, "I'm Captain Colvin."
Well, Captain Colvin, I'm Captain Gavin. This is Captain Rhiannon. This is Captain Barca. This is Captain Ember. This is Captain Narashti. And this is Commodore Amaya.
And you see, like, the one eyebrow goes up as it kind of takes you, it's like, "Very well. Permission to come aboard."
Granted, although we will request that you stay above decks at all time. We will provide you with something to sleep on.
Granted, once we have done a security search, of course.
Correct, Commodore. I apologize. I overstepped.
Security search?
Mm-hmm. That means present all weapons.
Must make sure that there's no contraband being brought aboard our ship.
That could provide significant headaches for us later on.
Surely
I
a scout
mean,
will understand.
we could do a strip search if you prefer.
Ember might prefer that.
Are you hitting on the Minotaur?
Ember,
I
what are you
am
doing on the
totally
Minotaur?
hitting on the Minotaur.
Damn it.
Frickin' bard, y'all.
Okay, hold on a second.
You want a performance check? You want a persuasion check? Which one?
No, this is more of his more of his insight to be like, because much like the game master, he's like, "Wait, was that a threat or are you hitting on him?" Like, and so you can kind of see that process going very much through this guy's mind as he kind of sits there and looks at you all. He's like, but ultimately, sort of.
I totally do the bend and squeeze.
And eyes you up and down pretty solidly, but then but you definitely get the sense that this captain is fairly no nonsense, like very very professional. It's like, "The only items I bring with are what I carry upon me. And I assure you, I mean you and yours no harm unless you mean harm to me."
Insight check.
Sure.
Nat 20, 29.
Nice.
And
Okay,
actually, let me
26,
rephrase. He
but-
says,
I
"I mean
got a
no harm
1.
to you unless you mean harm to me or I'm ordered otherwise."
Sure.
Understandable.
And Rhiannon, with your what'd you get? Sorry, what'd you get for your?
I got a
insight?
26, but someone else nat 20'd and got a 29.
Yeah, that was a Maya.
Yeah.
So you're realizing this Captain Colvin is how best to put it is brutally honest as far as just being very straight laced and no nonsense. Like you don't think, just judging from his response, he has a deceptive bone in his body, because mainly he leaves that to the hags. But
Yeah.
in this particular sense, very like like strict discipline, military, like
Yeah, tough
Oh,
nuts
you
to
almost get like a
crack.
feeling of almost kind of reminds you of sort of like the
Nuts.
sort of the nightly.
Thank you, Captain, for your reassurance. Um,
I assure you, my search will be brief and only as invasive as strictly necessary.
We can always go more thorough later.
she thinks you're cute.
Because just because he harbors us no ill will personally, if he's ordered to, he clearly very much so would try to ill will us. And we know that there are items out there that could severely fuck up our shit, like Narashti's egg.
What you see that he has on him is the plate mail, the great axe that's currently kind of strapped to his back, as well as an unstrung longbow and looks like several quivers of arrows.
Okay, not really much of anything else in terms of random items or bags of things.
Not so much. Well, and I will say
Shiny jewelry.
he did grab like a saddlebags, but reluctantly opens them up, and you see there's just like foodstuffs and like maybe some water skins. Nothing that would
Okay.
scream out to you.
All right.
Like fairly Spartan. Doesn't even have like a bedroll or anything. Like fairly Spartan accoutrements.
Okay. And I'll ask one of the magical casters on the ship to just detect magic and see if there's any.
I cast detect magic.
I don't have that.
The axe and the plate mail are both glowing.
And
Yeah.
I will focus on them until I know what school of magic they are.
Plate mail would be probably kind of an abjuration aura, and the weapon would be either off the top of my head, either enchantment or evocation, maybe?
I think if it's just like a base enhancement bonus, it'd be transmutation.
Oh, is it? Okay, then transmutation, never mind.
Okay.
Okay.
I will relay that to Amaya
And they're like,
and the group.
I mean, they're like moderately aura, like they're nothing that's like
They're not like legendary weapons or
new.
any sort of ridiculousness. Okay.
Okay. I will deactivate the Sunblade and put it away to at least give him the impression that she's, making herself any less dangerous. And we'll kind of step aside, gesture towards Zaya. Very well.
And he boards the ship. You do notice the creaking of the ramp as his heavy bulk goes up, but his hoofs kind of clopping away as he climbs up the ramp.
I will go inform House Lyrandar that we are departing. I will go into the administration office of House Lyrandar.
Okay.
I will ask real quick if manservant Hecubus is nearby or is anywhere about.
Hecubus was back in Stormreach.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Whoever the not necessarily the top guy here, but like his servant, whatever. I think he had a liaison of some kind.
Truth be told, for Sharn, you don't necessarily know who the head Lyrandar representative is, because Sharn's a huge hub, so there are many Lyrandar individuals. Like, I mean, Sharn's a big hub. I imagine it would be like.
I asked to speak to his manager.
Okay.
Okay, Karen. Can I, because timing of things,
Yes.
I would like to send a message to Gavin as he's walking into walking away from the ship.
Okay.
While you're in there, please have them send a message to Madani, to Cian, to tell them where we're going.
Already was going to.
All right.
Basically, he has to see the manager, and he's going to have them, he's going to give them, a platinum each to make sure that a message gets to the Inquisitive's office and a message gets to House Madani, informing them as to what's been going on.
Easily enough.
Man, Harsk has funded like most of today. Like
Pretty much.
today's episode brought to you by Harsk's loot.
Today's episode brought
My
to you by,
heart's
hey, we
really
killed a
close.
guy.
And you notice the Minotaur, like once the Minotaur's on deck, will kind of look around and observe, and then go to effectively where the steering wheel column area would be, and then just kind of just sits there and kind of stands there, arms folded, just kind of taking everything in. Like not touching any of the steering mechanisms or whatever, but
And then once that's done, I'll head back in and we can disembark.
okay.
Obviously, Barca is security chief, but I will ask Tina to also just kind of always be aware of where Captain What's His Nuts is.
Mm-hmm.
Security chieftain.
Do you
Rotating.
are you saying that to her directly, or are you?
Oh,
like,
I'm when he's kind of off where he is, I will walk up to her and kind of very quietly inform her of this.
And just curious, what language do you say that in?
Draconic, because I
Do
can.
you have Draconic?
Yep.
Okay. And you see they kind of look at you and just nod. And definitely, I mean, you've seen Argentia kind of like laze and do that sort of curled up, like sleeping, relaxed. This time they are sitting there, like more at attention, like ready to go if something should happen.
I will
As
reach up
opposed to-
and scritch between the ear fins the way they like.
You hear a little,
And yeah, I think we're good to go.
okay.
Yeah, Amaya is definitely playing up the goblins doing things, kind of trying to get them to do as much as they can so that the ship is going on as little of Zaya's own power as possible.
Sure. And
kind
you
of
see
trying to distract
they're maybe
Yeah.
a little bit hesitant at first. Well, I shouldn't say that. They were definitely hiding when the people had showed up, but now that you guys are all back, they feel a lot more confident that they're backed up, so to speak. Although they still give the Minotaur a wide berth.
Sure. And Amaya is probably trying to distract the Minotaur as much as possible, talking general ship things and kind of keeping his attention while everybody else is doing their thing.
Okay. And you see, for the most part, the captain is of kind of few words, and it's not that he's impolite, but definitely not a huge talker. And as you kind of sit there, kind of after a while, as you guys start to pull off and do your thing and sit there and chat for a while, you almost kind of.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Que
Oh.
maestro.
Game maestro.
Okay. I don't know.
Well, it's not okay. So it's not your internet. It's
Nope.
literally his machine. All right.
Yeah.
Because I was about to ask, did we lose Jesse too? Because that would have
Nope.
indicated internet.
Que maestro.
Game maestro, where did you go?
Back to us.
Okay.
Did his device die?
I'm not sure.
That's weird. Are you hearing cursing from downstairs?
I'm not. Oh,
Ahoy!
Like, I'm not even running.
Your sound just cut out.
Ah.
Now
nope.
it's back.
You're fine. You're
And
fine.
back. Yeah.
Like, I'm not even running anything on the background. Like, I don't know. Like, Computer is just a POS. All right.
Technology, man.
So where did I leave off before Zoom decided to?
Minotaur is not really much of a conversationalist, but that's
Yeah.
really okay because Amaya's primary goal is to just make sure that he doesn't have time to uninterruptedly scrutinize what everybody's doing to potentially notice that, hey, the ship is doing things that people aren't specifically telling it to do.
And as you kind of exhaust the conversation, because admittedly, when you're getting fairly monosyllabic replies back, it's hard to kind of keep that up for a little bit, and you get to the kind of the point where you're like, sort of an awkward silence as you're like, what else do I say? What else do I say?
Oh,
And
when
then
she starts
after-
running out of ideas, she starts talking about Ember.
Well,
And-
and actually, after a few moments sitting there, like thinking of the next thing to say, you actually see the Minotaur kind of goes like, "So what's the deal with the Genasi?"
Yes.
See, the way I figured it, I was just going to let Ember pump him for information.
What else would she want to pump him for?
I did just say that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that one, she's quite the free spirit. Seems to have taken a rather immediate liking to you as well. Might I
And
ask
another-
your thoughts
And
on
then another
her?
bit of a pause, and it's like, "So, what is she into?" And so you proceed to start having a little bit of conversation as you start talking up Ember a little bit.
Oh god. Oh boy.
Beautiful.
Get it, girl.
You know what? Why not?
And you head off. How long, as far as travel time, are you guys looking to take? I guess you could say, as far as to get to. You get the sense that you're heading. Sorry, I'm looking at my map. To the Great Crag is you're guessing where they are heading, which is in and of itself going to be about maybe a 2 days journey, roughly.
I'd say let's take a half a day longer just to make sure that we're
Mm-hmm.
like slower than an average airship, but not like unbelievably slow.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion, but I feel like that's up to Amaya.
Yeah, I feel like that's reasonable. Amaya's also asking Zaya to basically keep tabs on Mr. Minotaur and basically report to either herself or somebody else on the crew on pretty much everything that he does as he does it. So
Okay.
if he does something weird, at least one of us will immediately know it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And every once in a while we'll probably after you get done with the conversation, as far as talking up Ember a little bit, the Minotaur will sort of wouldn't say quite explore the deck, but we'll definitely take like a pass or two, definitely staying well clear of Argentia, and just kind of more or less observing things, and kind of sees Nikali sort of nod at the guy and kind of keep working on his cloak, but the captain does not interfere with anyone's duties, and does not even really like go out of their way to talk to anybody unless someone talks to the captain first. Wow, I'm hiccuping or burping, and it's a weird combo that is causing me to trip up on words. Sorry. At any rate, not that you needed to know that, but there you are.
Well, All right. At one point while we're journeying, Narashti will bring out. I have some sort of game set. I don't remember what it is, but it's from where I was from, and I'll like bring it out and I'll try to teach him how to play and like make him play
Okay.
this game with me.
We'll say it's realistically, we'll say it's kind of probably like a version of maybe like Go or something like that in that regard, because Clash Stars are very they have a lot of cerebral pursuits, being that you're psychics.
Yeah.
So you know what? Go ahead and go ahead and make your we'll call it intelligence plus your you have proficiency in this gaming set.
I thought I did. I'm trying to find it.
I've got dragon chests. That's what it's under tools.
Yeah, it's usually either dragon chests, 3 dragon ante.
Yeah.
Well, and those are just the basic, like, generic D&D ones that are there. But I mean, they're any other game would work too. If you
Shoots
actually,
and ladders.
tell you what, Narashti, this will be a little piece of homework for you, as you get to name what it is.
Excellent. I feel like I had like more info about it written somewhere. This is me like pulling back from like when I first created her. So, but I will get back to you.
All right. But at any rate, go ahead and make your we'll assume for right now you have proficiency with it. So go ahead and roll your intelligence plus proficiency bonus.
I want a Clash Star style Monopoly.
Yeah, except I imagine Clash Star are way more communal. So I don't even know it'd be less about buying property and more about like it'd be maybe more like less Monopoly, more Stratego.
Monopoly in Clash Star actually is an old quarry game, and it's called Flipping the Tables.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
I got a 10. Not. I need my real dice.
Okay. He actually, with no modifier, because his intelligence is a 10, and is not proficient with the game, but rolled a 17 on the die. So
Very nice.
you teach him the basics, and like at first you're like, oh, so this is the basics of how you play, and much like I again kind of giving it a comparison to like Go, it's like the game is easy, but there's a lot of strategy, which brings on all these levels of difficulty, and he's like, oh yes, I see. Check or whatever, like, yeah. And you're like, oh, a bit, yeah, no, yeah, it's a great move, and you're like, and so you're playing, and while not as familiar with it, definitely seems to pick it up very quickly.
Excellent. Well, then I will try to engage some of his time in doing this.
Okay. And
I'll teach anyone else who wants to join us too.
Sure.
Brianna will join.
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay.
We can have we'll set up a tournament.
Gavin is not going to join, but he's going to observe while he's actually very closely watching the Minotaur's just kind of behavior. Less to like trying to glean any insight and more just try to better understand Minotaur and this particular Minotaur's just kind of general sense of who he is and what he's about.
And
100%
Gavin,
also why Rhiannon is playing.
You've seen, you've experienced similar things just with some of the, not necessarily the aristocracy, but being that you've moved in some higher circles, you've definitely seen you've come across in your travels the sort of the career military officer, the no nonsense, like career, not in the sense of like not in the sense of trying to push your own like wealth or agenda, but like the service above self kind of thing, like that very like, sure. Truthfully, you can't stop but to kind of even compare him a little bit with like the tales of like knights and whatnot. Like he seems very straight-laced and kind of trying to follow that I guess, ideal. Like the only time you see a quote unquote chink in the armor is every once in a while you'll see, while very stiff, see him make like a comment, either to engage Ember every once in a while, or just like kind of fleeting glances or whatever, every once in a while. Like there's a little bit of interest there, but he's still fairly straight laced in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
Aw.
Amaya is also 100% using that opportunity to play up the ship has to be manually operated. So periodically we'll just be like, oh, sorry, hold on 1 second, and like go talk to the goblins about something.
So tell you what, Amaya, go ahead and make a deception roll.
Damn it. Holy shit, nat 20, 22.
Nice.
Yeah, so you beat his passive insight, let alone what he rolled on the die, which was even worse. So you're pretty certain that, yeah, it's you're pretty certain on a couple things. One, the captain does not necessarily understand the mechanics of how an airship functions, regular or otherwise, as that is not part of his skill set.
Interesting. All right.
But all the procedural stuff that you guys do, though, seems very familiar in the sense of like, you got a task to do, you complete it. Move on to the next task, you complete it. Move right, go down the laundry list of things to do, task at a time, boom, complete it. Like that whole sense of like structure, like that seems like very comfortable to him from what you can tell. But yeah, you're at first you're worried he's going to notice something, and then you realize he doesn't really care and just assumes it's part of the run of the ship. Like doesn't.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, that's reassuring.
You don't know if he's ever had a bent lace. Like you're guessing this guy's about as straight laced as a person can be, which is a little disturbing because you've never come across that. Like
Fair.
Usually someone will have at least a little bit of lie, but this guy's like,
okay,
at least as far as he can tell.
Good.
And the first day goes by pretty much uneventfully as you guys start to sail out then. Well, and you actually kind of headed out that night because that was kind of intro to evening. So after you guys play your game for a bit, I imagine people go about to eat or what have you. And you see Captain Colvin actually pulls out some rations and starts to eat them. And
if we're like actually cooking food, I will offer the captain some of whatever we're eating.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and that would be appreciated.
And
I will sit next to him.
Yes. I apologize, Captain. I didn't catch earlier. What? Obviously, you have a rank. What are you a captain of?
I am captain of the air cavalry. Well, or I'm captain of a regiment of air cavalry.
Ah, hence why you were so hesitant to be parted from your mount, I take it.
Yes. Bo does not do well with others riding her.
Well, I am sorry for that. As you can see, we don't have a lot of room here, and I think it would have been unwise with the dragon.
Agreed. They do not seem to get along.
Well, I'm sure your companion is taking good care of Bo.
She's not my companion, and she My apologies. That is neither here nor there. I'm sure Bo will be taken care of.
Of course. And I'll sort of, I'll sit and eat with him and Ember, but I just want to keep an eye on him.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. And admittedly, I mean, he's not, while he is kind of stoic, he will, like, if you have basic questions, he will ask, or he will answer. He doesn't necessarily shy away from necessarily saying anything. It's just that he's not so much an engager, so to speak.
Before dinner is over, Gavin will slip downstairs, grab something, come back upstairs, and pass Ember the alchemy jug.
Take it. Take a sniff.
I didn't put anything in it. It's up to you.
Oh, gotcha.
So basically, you have the choice to activate it to have whatever would be inside. You get to pick.
Yeah.
I'm lubricating the wheels, if you will.
Let's see. I'll ask him. Hey, big boy. What's your preference?
Mm,
And I slam down a mug for a drink.
oh,
Cutie.
I brought. I guess I did not mean to take from your stores, but
No, what's your poison?
I like. I actually do partake of ale from time to time. The Maror Holds actually has some fine dwarven vintages. I don't know
I'll
if that word necessarily applies,
Oh my
but
God, this guy is Worf.
I go into the jug and I make the finest ale I know of.
it's fair.
And yeah, it'll fill with that. And I reach over, I bend over him as I reach for his mug and slide it over, and then I pour him a drink.
Okay.
Slide it back.
And like probably for the first time that really and it's only kind of subtle because he's but like you've seen this captain be very like confident in every move that they seem to take, like just no nonsense. This is the first time you've almost seen a little flutter of that confidence, is trying to kind of process a little bit exactly what's going on here. But thank you, and takes the drink and drinks it rather quickly. Now, granted, the mug that you guys have that's like, the size of your hand is like the size of a couple of his fingers, because he is large sized as a
Well, I
creature.
figure we'd
But
use one of Barca's.
yeah,
Right.
okay, that's fair. That's
right,
fair.
but still, he's large size versus Barca, who is technically medium, just built bigger.
Oh, right. He can lift up to large, but not.
And you notice, like, this whole time too, like when you guys were sitting playing the chess, and a bunch of you came close and sat in, you see Barca's just been kind of standing there, arms crossed, staring him kind of effectively like daggers, not quite daggers,
Like always flexing.
but like yeah, always kind of flexing a little bit too, but like
Puff up. Yep.
and just not saying a word, but just being like, I am the chief of security and I will defeat him. Like, like that, Barker's mentality. Um, And yeah,
Re-
so the
Rhiannon
captain-
takes Barca a mug of ale. Hey, buddy. Just to be nice.
Hey, Riri.
That was a good Barca. Hey, Riri, I'm here for it.
And then Barca does lean in and goes, I don't like him.
I know, buddy. You're doing a great job keeping an eye on him. Thank you for being our chieftain of security. We gotta keep everybody safe.
Tina and I, we got him.
I know, buddy.
Oh, what was I gonna do? Right. And so now, admittedly, the captain probably takes 3 or 4 mugs of the ale. Doesn't necessarily like go heavy into the cups. Like granted, 3 or 4 cups for the Minotaur is like 1 cup for you guys, where you're politely drinking, but not necessarily enough to like get you fucked up.
Yeah.
And unless you have anything, I guess a little bit more specific going on, you kind of pass through the majority of the evening with nothing going on.
Let's just say that at least I can speak for Gavin here. He's going to be doing his best to aid Ember in the seduction of the century.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I am going to leave very not so subtle hints and and try to lure him into my bedroom.
Well, and you realize that
What
may
they
be a
call
little
fit
bit
downstairs.
hard to do unless Zaya reshapes herself, because the passageways,
Oh, true.
as far as for the crew to get down, unless you're using, I guess, the cargo doors, you could climb down that way. But
You're
otherwise,
boning on deck, honey. You're boning on deck.
That's
but
fine.
otherwise,
That's fine.
the ladders and access ways for normal passengers are only for medium size.
Yep.
As,
I wasn't
they're-
quite thinking that all the way through, but yeah.
as
Gavin-
everybody's kind of drinking and talking and all that, Amaya's working with the goblins to gather up like some tarps and some ropes.
Yes.
And
yes,
set
I
up
was
like a makeshift
we need a tent
civilian tent
situation
on the
here.
deck for just a little bit of privacy and shelter from
Little lean-to.
the non-fire elements.
Surreptitiously inform Zaya that once the Minotaur and Ember go in there, that they should very conveniently not pay attention to what's going on.
Oh, she knows.
I mean, Gavin and Rhiannon have been giving her a
Right,
crap.
Right, and we always give Zaya a heads up. It's
We just remind Zaya not
It
to.
is, and she appreciates it.
Except for that one time.
Yeah, well, we learned real fast.
God. That scream. That scream.
Babe, you were muted.
Yeah, sorry, that last part.
Yeah,
Think
we
he
can't hear
is-
you.
Fuck.
Are you double muted?
Okay, now can we hear me?
There
Yes, we
you
can.
go.
Yes.
Yes, and it's that one time is now the reason why we give her a heads up every time.
There you go.
See, we learn. We're learning. We're growing.
So we'll say it starts as sort of the last people that are on deck. So Ember, you are kind of sitting there with Captain Colvin, and having a delightful discussion. You notice that while a little kind of rigid as far as not really being super, like, you don't know if the guy ever relaxes necessarily. Like, he's still kind of stiff, but
That's okay.
No pun intended. But is definitely paying attention to you and taking an interest in you, and you have this sense like I mean, quite frankly, you can read him like a book. You get the sense that he's very much interested in you, but does hesitate quite a bit from necessarily pursuing anything too much. And you get the sense that, right now he's on the job, must pay attention to the job, cannot be
Yeah, but
distracted
the
by the.
job is going to take for days, honey. You got to pass the time.
Well, tell you what, go ahead and make a persuasion roll.
All right.
With advantage?
So I mean, we're all pretty much aiding at this point.
We are all aiding at this point.
Pretty much.
I will say go ahead and roll with advantage.
Yes! Get it, Ember.
Oh! Damn it. Well, 18. That was a really shitty roll, too.
A total of 18?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not bad.
It was almost a 19 and it went to a 1.
Okay. So, granted, you and the captain are definitely on deck. Nikali is probably on deck, but far enough away that he's not intruding. Who else would be on deck, or who is retired? Because it is probably later into the evening by this time, too.
I would probably still be on deck, kind of towards the back.
Do I notice that it's not quite working? Do I get the sense that he's not giving in?
Well, we'll get to that in a second.
Come on.
Who else? Is everybody else otherwise more or less retired then for the
reaction to this?
I think Gavin and Rhiannon would have gone to bed.
Yes.
All right.
I got the goblins. Goblins are still up.
Well, and there's probably a couple goblin members that are up, but
my 3 are still with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I imagine that Amaya was probably trying to set up the tent area more with like the very front of the ship, and Amaya is very much so at like the back of the ship and is kind of keeping the goblins on that back half with her as much as possible.
And you see, and granted, so like Argenta is also on deck. You see Argenta looks like they're sleeping, but every once in a while you see an eyelid kind of crack open just a little bit and then kind of go back down. And you see Barca with his arms crossed and with a pout on his face is totally asleep laying next to Tina.
And is somehow still flexing.
But it's
it's now frozen that way.
So Ember, you it takes a bit to kind of convince him, and as you think that you finally get to the point where you're like, well, I can help you with some of the straps on that armor. Must be hard to sleep in, kind of thing, and are about ready to go. I would actually like you to make a perception roll with disadvantage.
Oh no!
And for Amaya to make you can make a straight perception roll.
Okay.
Perception.
Big guy is definitely rolling with disadvantage. He does not notice shit because he is busy watching you start to unstrap his armor.
11.
25.
Okay. So yeah, Amaya, you are into it as you realize, or not Amaya, Ember, you are into it as you realize you've kind of finally gotten past the point where he's letting you start to unbuckle the chest plate, and just as you get the first buckle, you Amaya, you see there is this creature, and in fact you only kind of notice it because all of a sudden there's almost like where you normally see all the 12 moons in their various positions. So, all of a sudden you see one of the moons just kind of like seems to almost like blink out. And it takes you to second realize that something is there. As you see a massive, absolutely massive, sort of serpentine-esque creature, bristling with all sorts of kind of thorns, and that are as long as like scythe blades or even longer. Easily, you're guessing from if it was from end to end would be easily Zaya's length. But it's almost as if it's sort of swimming through the air. And I'll see if I can. So you see that
What?
creature is making a beeline
Oh, oh, that's cool.
towards Zaya and the rest of you.
That is not the word I would use.
And I would. So Amaya and it will get to roll a niche, and that'll be the quote unquote surprise round. And then everyone else will roll a niche after that.
Before we dive into this combat, do we want to take another quick 5-minute bio break since we're nearing the end and we were quick before?
You know what? That's a great idea.
That is a great idea. I
So
gotta pee.
we'll go ahead and take another. We'll try to make it a shorter, 5-6 minute break. We'll maybe try to get back by. We'll say no later than 3:35. If we can get it in earlier, that's great.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Good.
Boop, boop.
Back in a tick. We are back
the
live, by the way.
creature. Huh?
We are live again.
Okay, so starting as we a couple of quick housekeeping things, so to speak, as we begin this craziness. Amaya, since you are piloting Zaya right now, effectively, if you would be so kind as to keep track of Zaya's stats,
Sure.
and then there may be a few moving parts here depending on where it is. I know Bear potentially is able to Jaeger Barca should the need arise. If someone would also be willing, who's not Bear or maybe Amaya, be willing to potentially Jaeger Argenta if needed. Argenta is an adolescent silver.
I can take care of Argentia.
Thank you. And with that, Amaya, what did you get for initiative?
14.
Okay. And the Sky Swimmer got a 10, so you go first. So you do see this thing swiftly approaching the deck of the ship, and
All right. Maya will, through mind link with Zaya, Zaya wake the crew, emergency battleship or battle stations, and I guess try to do the ship equivalent of a dodge action. Evasive maneuvers.
okay. So we noticed this when we were reading one of the newer books, either Tasha's or Xanathar's. You do get to add your, since you're piloting, you will get to add your proficiency bonus to Zaya's AC.
Excellent.
Nice.
That is effectively what your evasive maneuvers do.
Okay.
We'll say effectively that would probably be your action then. Are you doing anything else?
No, I'm basically focusing on defense until we can get the goblins and the crew on cannons and things.
All right. So, Ember, even or
am I
odd?
going to shout that out loud as well, just so there isn't all of a sudden
Odd
thing.
Okay. What's Argenta's AC?
I don't have it pulled up yet. Sorry.
Oh.
She's a young silver, or no, an adolescent, young.
So it'd be
She should be the large size, which I think is adolescent.
yeah, it'd be, well, it's in 5e, it's young.
Okay.
Or young, sorry. Yeah.
Her AC is 18.
Okay. Well, that's going to hit. Okay. So the creature swoops down and basically bites into the picks one of the largest two beings on the deck. So it was even or odd whether it was basically the Minotaur or Argenta. Apparently chose Argenta and hits. Argenta will take 22 piercing damage, and then I need Argenta to make a dexterity saving throw.
Dex save. 21.
Okay. So bites into Argenta, and as it opens up its maw to basically swallow Argenta whole, Argenta manages to just avoid the chomping maw from its kind of secondary sort of bite down to swallow her. And with that, then the creature will take a swing at and then whips its tail about one swing at Argenta, but a 15 will not hit, and then apparently 15 on Captain Colvin too, because they're the two largest beings, and does not appear to hit there either. And then kind of continues its movement as it sort of basically kind of strafed the deck and then started to pull away a bit. That was the creatures round. Let's see who.
So now the rest of us do our Anish.
Well, Amaya, you. What's normally the hierarchy of Zaya awakening people? Because she's still got to hit one person at a time with the mind link.
Let's see.
Maybe Gavin
Could-
and Rhiannon, because they're
Could
usually
any of
together.
us could any of us have heard the shouting with potentially a passive perception of 17?
We'll get to that in a second. But yeah, what's everybody's passive perceptions?
I
Who
also
are
15.
not currently.
Barca's is 9, Gavin's is 10.
Rhiannon's is 17.
As well as Narashti's.
So Gavin is asleep soundly. Sorry, what did Narashti have?
17, same as Rhiannon.
Yes, Narashti is woken. Anyone who got, I believe it's a 15 or higher, is actually awoken.
So it would probably be Rhiannon first, since she would often be with Gavin. Ember second. Nikali third for the spellcasteriness, and they being most likely to also wake up the goblins. Then probably Narashti, then Barca, and then Gavin, because Gavin's probably awake by that point.
All right.
And then the rest of the kind of ship NPCs.
So what I would like is those that were on deck, go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay.
And I'm sure that when we were kind of going through a lot of our drills, because we've done that a couple of times where we just kind of took some time to practice stuff, that as she's going down that list, if somebody is like obviously awake and already going to position, to just kind of skip to the next person down the list.
Right.
When Narashti wakes up, she probably, the first thing she would do is reach out to Amaya as well.
And we'll get to that in just a moment.
Yeah.
Let's see. So if you want to add to the initiative, Nikali got a 12. Oh, crap. Apparently the captain got a 22.
Dang.
All right.
Let's see. So that was
Fast reflexes. Good to know.
Well, and admittedly, like when the tail swiped the deck and tried to hit him, like he basically, like as you were kind of sitting there starting to unbuckle the one buckle, he like rolled over to like cover you, and like as the tail swished by with its
Oh, so
extremely
you do care. Oh, my hero.
Oh.
Oh. I will 100% play that role.
What's Narashti's Anish?
I don't think I'm rolling it yet, but
So yeah, sorry. Go ahead and roll Nish.
okay.
And then Barco was on deck.
Barca had a 23.
Yep, I've got everyone other than Kaladin and Karth, I think. Also, I don't know who is when the goblins are going. Or if
Do you
they're
have
going
mine?
when
I'm at a 19.
Yeah, I got yours.
Okay. So for we'll say for Kaladin and Karth, they'll go to 10. Goblins go to 6. Dear Lord, a lot of moon parts. What was I thinking? All right. And the answer is I was not thinking. Not even in the slightest.
Do Gavin and Barca both have a +3 to their Inish?
Yes.
You guys are tied.
Since I'm running both, I'm not too worried about it.
Okay. Just letting you know.
That's fair.
So the Sky Swimmer, Kaladin, and Karth all go to 10. Who do you want me to put first?
The swimmer.
Okay. Okay. Tina goes at an 8. All right. All right. That's a lot of Inish.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay. I don't know how you want to do this, DM. So top of the round would be Barca and Gavin.
Okay, so Barca would attack Tina, which was right there. So Barca would be awake on that. So Barca is prone, but he is awake.
All right.
The beast is currently about maybe 15 feet off the side of the ship.
Okay, Barca is going to spring to his feet, rage, and then shout at Tina to catch, and then he's going to run and jump and try to land on the thing. Because tell me
Trying to land on Tina?
Yeah, no, to try to land on the Sky Swimmer.
Oh, Lord.
Because tell me he wouldn't do that.
He would totally do that.
Okay, go ahead and make an acrobatics roll for
Okay.
For the Barkinator.
Because I don't want Barca to die, I'm going to use my dice. It's 17.
Yeah, and his strength is like what, a 18 or 20?
It is a 19.
19? Yeah, he manages to more or less land and basically sort of land on the side of it, grasping onto one of its spines to try to hold on.
Okay. Would you allow a one-handed swing of the axe?
What type of axe is it?
Great axe.
Nope. Great axe is a two-handed weapon.
Then he's going to punch it.
Which also sounds like a very Barca thing.
Right?
Yep.
And he's going to recklessly punch it.
Okay.
Nat 20. Okay, so here's a question. Unarmed attacks, a crit double the dice. Oops, sorry, is double the dice. But an unarmed
So-
attack is a static die roll, or is a static
Well,
number.
it's a 1d1. So it's now 2d1.
2d1 plus his strength, basically.
Right.
Okay. So he's going to do a whopping math plus, because he's raging. 6, 7. I think his rage damage is still just +2. Nope, +3. +3.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's all barbarian, so he might be a little bit higher.
Yep, it's +3 right now. So 6 plus 4 is 2 plus 4 is 6 plus 3 is 9 points of unarmed strike damage.
Woo!
That's not a small amount.
He like Hulk smashes into the side of this thing. It's a little annoyed.
I'm like surprised and slightly irritated.
Yeah. Now, technically, Barca would have one more attack.
Oh, punch him again.
Yeah, I mean he's got 2 attacks, I believe.
Good. Punch him again. He's still reckless. Okay, I can't show you. It is another nat 20.
Okay.
So Sam, 9 points of unarmed damage.
All right. As Barca is just slamming his and like the scale that he's punching maybe has like a little crack to it.
Okay.
After Barca,
After Barca is Gavin.
Sleeping and below deck.
After Gavin is the captain. With Ember on deck, appropriately.
River, don't
Get it.
care.
Get it, River.
Shut up.
Get it.
He gets up from prone. Enough. I don't care. Here, come here. Sorry, hold on a second. Down. All the way. Down. All the way. Yeah. Oh, moves Frava. All right. And then you see pulls out his bow and starts taking pot shots at it because it's unfortunately 15 feet off the edge of the deck. Although 1, 2, actually all 3 will hit. Hey, that's not bad.
I have to step away for a second. Fortunately, it's not my turn for a while, so I'll be back.
That's fair. Oh, right. So 6, 12, 18. All right. Oh, hey, that was easy math. Yay. All right. And so, yeah, Ember, as you're kind of sitting there looking up as he now kind of stands above you, and you just see he's just firing off arrows and arrows that are easily the length of like your leg.
Mm-hmm.
Proceeds to sink some arrows in the thing, and it is not happy. After the captain.
Ember with Narashti on deck.
Well, I am going to I really don't wanna. Well, I'll just do this. I'm gonna roll away from him and I'm gonna hit it with a firebolt.
Okay.
Or I'm gonna try to hit it with firebolt.
Now, are you getting up from prone, or you?
Yeah, which would be half my movement.
Correct. Yep. Okay.
Which, that's fine. I really wasn't gonna move anyway. Uh, 18 to hit.
That will hit.
Cool. 16 fire damage. Not bad for a cantrip.
All right.
As my bonus action, I am going to inspire the captain. Oh, captain, my captain. May your arrows always strike true.
And if a minotaur could blush, he's probably blushing a little bit. All right, and are you doing anything else then? You still technically have a little bit of movement left if you wanted to.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna stick right next to him and
Okay.
because there's really not any place to go, truthfully.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm gonna
After
stay put.
Ember.
Is Narashti with Rhiannon on deck?
Right.
So Narashi, you are below deck, but you do hear the sounds of shouting in combat and a roar of something that is not the roar of Tina or Barca. And you're not 100% certain, but you're guessing not the roar of a Minotaur?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump up and move up to the deck, and at the same time, just saying,
And definitely not
I
roars of
Maya's like,
pleasure.
"You have action. You might already know this."
Now, you it was evening. I'm assuming you were asleep.
Probably, or maybe not as maybe if not half asleep, but like getting there.
Okay, so what are you wearing for armor normally?
What do I wear for armor? That's a good question. Leather. So I just have basic leather armor.
All right. I tell you what then, because you can technically sleep in leather armor, and there is someone that's on the ship that is a stranger. I'll say, although even though you outnumber the guy, I'll say pick a number on a d6.
5.
Okay. So you were wearing your armor then.
Awesome. Woohoo.
So if you wanted to, I'd say if you wanted to, as like an action, grab up your weapons and gear and then
Sure.
we'd say a move action could get you on deck
Sounds good to me.
right by the entrance.
All right.
So that would leave a bonus if you had anything else you wanted to do or could do with the bonus.
I can.
I am back.
He's towards the front of the. Or wait, this thing is not on the ship, right? Yeah.
It is not. You see this gigantic spine-covered,
Wormy thing.
creepy, wormy beast thing flying through the air, kind of like what you'd imagine, like how you like see the people doing the puppetry for like the Asian dragons, and it just kind of like worms its way sort of through the air. This is doing very much the same thing. Like it's not like there's no wings on it. You don't see.
Yeah.
Truthfully, it has no, and it doesn't even have any arms or legs necessarily. It's just like a long spined worm.
Right. So I
Just
know I can't attack this round, but will I be able to do I have a good shot from where I am here?
Yes, this thing is easily the length of Zaya.
Okay.
It's
Then I don't have anything I really want to do as a bonus action.
all right. After Narashi?
Is Rhiannon with Amaya on deck? So Rhiannon is awake. Can I run up to the deck just swiping my staff as I go? Or will you make me use a whole action to grab a staff on my way out?
Yeah, if it's just your staff, like you're not grabbing everything, then yeah, you should be fine.
Okay. It has not been 8 hours yet, correct?
I would say no. So
Okay, good. So mage armor is still up
yeah.
because mage armor is for 8 hours.
I mean,
so
you're probably like maybe having we'll say like an hour left.
that's fine.
But
Gavin's just
for
lying there
this-
snoring away.
For this particular combat, yes, you're
Okay. Wonderful. So my move to get up to the, can I shout as a free action and yell at Gavin to wake up, or
sure.
okay. Gavin, we're under attack.
Huh?
And Gavin, what's your passive perception?
11.
He's now been yelled at. Like, there's been yelling twice now, though.
I'm being shouted at in a small room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Just
deep
saying.
sleeper.
No, Bark is a deep sleeper. His passive perception is a 9.
Let me
You're
double check.
one hole better than him. One.
I know.
2.
2.
Okay, so yeah, Gavin, I will say you apparently normal speech in a quiet setting is like a pass of 15, so I figure yelling will be fine.
Fair enough.
You're like a 10.
Okay,
Yeah.
so move and free action to zoom up to the deck. Holy fuck, what the fuck is this thing? And there's a little bead of red that comes out of Rhiannon's staff and heads over at the fucking scary ass thing. I would like to position my fireball such that I do not hit Barca or Zaya, because I don't need Amaya slapping me.
Again, it's the length of
It's
Zaya.
huge. It shouldn't be hard to hit.
Easy enough to do. You
Okay.
can, yeah.
So I cast fireball. It is it's a dex save.
And what's the DC?
15.
Okay, I did get a 16 on the die.
Okay, so it'll take half damage.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually a really good roll. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. So 36 would be full damage. So 18?
18, yeah.
Yep.
18 fire damage.
All right. And the fireball hits it, and there's this explosion of flame. You see smoke billowing off of it from where you hit it, and it just roars in pain.
Good.
It's not happy with any of you.
That's fine. That will be the end of Rhiannon's turn. So it is Amaya with Nikali on deck. And I will say, DM, you've got Nikali, the Sky Swimmer, Kaladin, and Karth all in a row.
Mm.
So
Lovely. All right.
Amaya and then all of that.
You have no one but yourself to blame.
I do have no one but myself to blame.
All right, so there's a lot of distraction. Amaya's going to drop a lot of the pretense of making it look like people are piloting the ship, and the ship is not just piloting themselves. Ask Zaya to try to maneuver so that the Sky Swimmer is broadside and kind of within range of the cannons for when the goblins get there, and then is going to run forward towards the front of Zaya to try to get within range of it.
So right now it is kind of traveling so it kind of came down and did a kind of pass by the deck. And so right now it's kind of beside Zaya, but about a 15 feet out from the edge of the deck. So what's your are you trying to sunbolt it or whatever?
Yes. So
And what's your range on that?
30 feet.
So you could, we'll say from where you are on the command deck, if you moved off to kind of the side, you'd be able to be in range.
Perfect.
And
I am
you, and even a normal move, you'd be able to get within range, and not counting your crazy epic monk movement.
all right. Then I will throw a couple of sunbolts at it.
Okay,
16 for the first attack.
that misses.
Wow. And only 14 on the second attack.
That misses. And when I say it misses, like you hit the side of it,
Right.
but it's thick armored plates. It just seems to bounce right off.
Okay. Well, I will use a key point to make 2 more attacks.
All right.
There's my key points. Damn it, that's only a 15.
That will miss, unfortunately.
18?
An 18 will hit.
Well, at least I got one of them for a
Yay.
whopping 6 radiant damage.
Hey, that actually made it easy math for me, so I'll take it.
And I guess that will be Amaya's turn.
All right.
Nikali, and then the Sky Swimmer.
All right.
Go, Nikali, fuck it up.
DM, do you need help with some of your NPCs? I could run somebody else. Because that's a lot.
No, I'm. It is a lot, but I'll be okay.
Okay.
Nikali is going to fire off a lightning bolt, which 15. But I may ask you to roll some dice for me if you're shit. It made the save. Okay, so a regular lightning bolt is, I believe, 8d6. If someone would be willing to roll that damage.
Wow, I rolled a lot of 6s. I rolled a lot of 6s.
And any ones count as 2s.
Anyone's count as 2s, so that's going to be a 2. There was 1. 36 points of damage.
Nice.
Yeah, I rolled 2, 3, 4 6s.
So you see Nikali shoots off a lightning bolt that rams into the side of it. Very similar to what Rhiannon did, but different element. That is Nikali. Who is after Nikali?
The Sky Swimmer and then Kaladin.
Right. Let's see. So the 2 of them that hit hardest. All right. Just trying to figure out who it's gonna. No. Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. So let's do. Okay. So you see the thing kind of swoop in, kind of bend around, like for such a large beast, being that it's like more or less a worm, it can kind of coil back in on itself. So with a lot of surprising agility. And Rhiannon, you were the odd person out, so it comes in to try to bite you. Does a 26 hit you?
Yeah, just barely.
All right. So take 22 piercing damage,
Sure, sure.
and then I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Oh, oh no. That's a total of 6. I get it.
You get at. You guys see the thing kind of swoop down and just gobble up Rhiannon like she was nothing there. And then it's going to take a tail swing at the actually at Nikali because he shot a lightning bolt at the thing. And hits, and we'll do 19 damage to him. And then its last slam attack will go actually against the probably the captain because he's the largest guy that actually did some damage. And will actually just barely miss. Okay. And then it again, it kind of peels off, and now it is about let's see, it was 15 covered over, so it's probably now about 10 feet off the other side of the ship as it kind of crossed over and scooped down to eat Rhiannon. That is it for the Sky Swimmer. Who's next?
Kaladin.
All right. Well, Kaladin is going to. He does not have his armor on, but is going to gather up his gear, sans armor, and head up on deck. So he is standing next to Narashti, and that will be it for Kaladin.
After Kaladin is Karth.
And Karth probably was sleeping in his armor, truthfully. He will gather his gear and get up on deck. So Narashti, Kaladin, and Karth are kind of right by the entrance onto the deck, kind of readying their respective weaponry. That'll be it for Karth.
After Karth is Argentia, who is going to fly up and exhale on the motherfucker.
Okay.
Using her paralyzing breath, their paralyzing breath, or at least trying to, because the Sky Swimmer is not directly over Zaya, correct?
I mean, maybe
off.
like a little portion of it, but for the most part, it's past Zaya.
Cool. Paralyzing breath, DC 17 con save.
Con save.
Didn't you get swallowed?
Yes, I did.
Rhiannon did, yes. It did make it save.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
fuck it.
Or wait, what was the DC on it again? Sorry.
17.
Yeah, it made the save, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay. That is, I think the breath weapon is the only thing she can do on a turn. They can do on a turn. So.
Well, yeah, the breath weapon is an action.
Okay.
I mean, they can still fly around and stuff too.
Right, but they can't do the breath and also attack.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay. That's fine. That is Tina's turn, and she is flying over the ship.
Okay.
And then after Tina are the goblins, and that will be the bottom of the round.
The goblins will like wake each other up, keep slapping each other up till they can wake up. So they are getting woken up.
Okay. Back to the top of the round with Barca and then Gavin.
So I had stepped away. Rhiannon got swallowed.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Can Barca attempt to hold on with his knees and then whip out the axe?
Actually, what I need Barca to do is actually roll an athletics check. I would normally say with disadvantage, but being that you're raging, it's just going to be a straight roll.
Okay.
DM, can I retcon something? Because I just remembered that Barca yelled at Tina,
Sure.
and Tina would have heard that because he said catch. So Tina would swoop under the creature just in case Barca falls.
That's fair.
Okay.
And Tina's got plenty of movement. They
Yeah.
should be able to do that.
Yeah,
without any-
they've got 80-foot flying speed.
27 on his athletics.
Okay. So Barca is able to just hang on. If realistically, it's taking Barca a lot of effort, and granted, he's doing it through sheer not dumb luck, but sheer stubbornness as far as staying attached to the side of this thing is because, as soon as it's wiggling about, I mean, that's all that muscular movement and the spines are going on. I mean, it's taking him a lot of effort to hang on. Realistically, he could try to climb up it to maybe try to get on top, but it would be difficult.
Okay, I think he's better off. He looks, seeing that Tina is now underneath him, he's just going to drop off and try to land on Tina.
Okay. So go and make another acrobatics check.
Acrobatics or athletics?
I'd say acrobatics.
Nine.
Okay. He drops down and lands on Tina. However, he didn't quite hit the landing exactly how he wanted to. So he's going to be, we're going to say for this round, if he's making any attacks or anything, he'll be at disadvantage. Because he's not like, he didn't like land in the saddle. He like landed on their neck in front of the saddle kind of thing, like not, and so like, and trying to get them both so they're not discombobulating each other to the point of falling.
So from his position on Tina, can he attack it?
Even or odd?
Even.
Yes. They're still close enough that he can attack.
All right, so he's going to whip out the axe. He's going to attack recklessly, so it's just a straight roll, and he'll attack.
There you go. Okay.
I don't even know what his bonus is. I should look at that, huh? Great axe. Kaylee, you're going to have to wait. 26.
26 will hit.
And then the second one is 21.
Yeah, that'll hit.
All right, and then we have... So the first one is going to do 16 points of slashing damage. The second one will do 6 points of slashing damage.
6?
Yes.
Okay.
I rolled a 1 and an 11.
Barca chops into it and or what have you, and the axe is, I mean, not that it has any actual like damage resistances or anything, but the axe is definitely making way more of an impact than Barca's fists.
Okay. That will end his turn.
Okay.
I believe Gavin is next. So yes, Gavin is next. So Gavin is now awake. He will get out of bed. Is there portholes in this thing or no?
I don't believe so.
All right. So Gavin will reach out. He will touch his cast-off armor, activate it as a standard action. It blathering blatherskites onto his person, grabs Ravager and his shield, and he'll head up on deck, and that'll probably be the end of his turn.
Fair enough. After Gavin.
After Gavin is the captain with Ember on deck.
I think the captain's going to keep trying to pump arrows into it. Unfortunately, this time around, the captain's arrows do not find purchase and keep kind of basically just shattering off of its hardened scales, and you actually, Ember, actually, you notice a kind of a grunt of frustration. Not his first for tonight, nor probably his last. But the fires off 3 arrows and then is done. After the captain.
Ember with Narashti on deck.
Okie dokies. Yeah. Yeah, I am gonna get really pissed off now because this is now cutting into my happy fun time.
It's ultimate blue balls right there.
Uh-huh. And so I'm going to be firing off my chromatic orb out of my dragon mark.
Okay.
Shit, that completely misses. Cool. Because a 9 does not hit.
Unfortunately, a 9 will not hit.
And that goes off. That's a 5. That means shoot. One random creature within 30 feet of me is gonna get blasted.
Okay. We'll say it's actually probably the closest one to you is the captain, so we'll say it's captain.
Okay. Yeah, he gets blasted with 5 force damage.
Okay.
Boom. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Crap.
After Ember.
After Ember is Narashti with Rhiannon on deck.
All right.
So Narashti, from where you're standing, so it's about 10 feet off the right hand, the starboard side of Zaya. So we'd say maybe about call it maybe 25, 30 feet away from you, roughly.
Okay, but I can shoot from here, right? Because we still have to use ranged. He's not like on the.
Correct. It is the creature is currently floating about 10 feet off of the deck.
All right, so I'm gonna shoot him with my bow. Let's see if I can hit. 19 to hit.
19 will hit.
Okay. Oh shoot! I should have done. Oh wow. So that's 10 points of damage.
Okay.
And then I will do my planar warrior for my second attack.
Use your bonus for planar warrior and then shoot.
But I miss.
Okay.
And that will be the end of my turn.
Okay. Rhiannon then with Amaya on deck.
So Rhiannon,
I got swallowed.
you're swallowed, so you're currently considered blind and restrained.
Yep.
You also take 21 acid damage.
I thought I took damage on its turn, not mine.
No, at the start of. Never mind. Yeah, you're right. But you are considered blinded and restrained.
Yep. Would it be fair to say that Rhiannon has a general idea of which direction Zaya is? Like, she got swallowed, but it was attacking stuff, so it's kind of right there.
Truthfully, with how it's kind of winding around and the fact that you're kind of going ding 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 through its gullet, I'm gonna say no, you really don't.
Okay, well, she's going to take a calculated risk
That's fair.
and is going to Misty Step out of it.
Okay. Now, just want to.
Oh, never mind. I have to be able to see the space. I can't do that. Cool. I can't Misty Step because I can't see out of it. In that case, we are going to all right. Cast Burning Hands
Okay.
at 3rd level. I feel like it's fair to say it can't get away from something that's happening inside of it.
Mm.
Well, let's see here.
That is some major indigestion.
Gonna give it serious heartburn.
That was
I
after,
mean, I'll
after the
say-
time I had habanero peppers.
I'll say since I'll say much like restrained, it'll have disadvantage on its dex saving throw,
Okay.
which is not a great roll anyway. And with the 4 on the die, yeah, no, it will. Which truthfully, it's probably good I did that because the other die was a 20, but you know, it makes sense.
It is gonna take 10, 17 plus 5 is just 22 points of fire damage
No, not enough.
from the inside. 'Cause fuck this guy.
Sadly, not enough damage to see if it'll regurgitate you, but
Oh, I didn't know that was an option. Okay. And then nope, I don't have any cantrips that are a bonus action. That is what Rhiannon does. Yeah. After Rhiannon is Amaya with Nikali on deck.
Okay. Amaya is trying to guide Zaya to stay kind of within 30 feet so she can keep attacking it and to keep it as much as possible kind of broadside so that when the goblins finally get here, they can cannon it. And then we'll throw another volley of Radiant Sunbolts.
okay.
There we go, 20 to hit.
20 will hit.
So that will be 9 radiant damage. 26 to hit
That will hit.
for another 8 radiant damage.
Okay.
And we'll spend another key point for another 2 bolts. Which will be 27 to hit.
That will hit.
And 9 radiant damage. And 23 to hit.
That will hit.
With another 8.
Alrighty.
And that will be Amaya's turn.
After Amaya is Nikali, and then the Sky Swimmer.
Go ahead and roll me the 8d6 again for damage, making 1s, 2s. Sadly, though, the Sky Swimmer made the deck save, so once you roll that one, we'll get the half. But
Not nearly as good. 28 for the full damage, so 14.
14. Okay. It's definitely looks like a hurting unit. There's, as you see, you know, it's still smoldering a little bit from the fireball that Rhiannon hit, and every once in a while when it roars, you see a little puff of smoke come out. You've seen big burned sections with like electricity arcing through its body as it rises when Nikali keeps hitting it with lightning bolts, and everyone else is chopping into it or shooting arrows into it. I mean, it definitely looks beat up, but it's a I would say ginormous, but the official term is gargantuan. I mean, it is just a crazy large creature, and at the moment, while very injured, seems very still very capable. After Nikali.
Is the Sky Swimmer.
All right, so now you'll take 21 acid damage.
Ugh.
And truth be told, it's getting pissed at Nikali. So you see it flies over again and bites Nikali. So that's 20, 30. And Nikali did not. And you see scoops up Nikali in its mouth, flies out about 30 more feet, and then it's going to make a 2 slam attacks at I think Argenta. They're actually at Barca, because Barca is the one that's actually been hitting it. And Barca did go reckless, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Well, the good news, I rolled kind of crappy on the first roll, so does a 19 hit Barca?
Oh, yes.
So that'll be 19 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And that's not, I'm not counting whatever rage.
Right. Remind me, do you round up or down?
Down, usually.
Got it.
D&D, usually everything is down. The second attack, though, definitely hit with a 30.
Oh, yeah.
Hit, and is another 19 damage.
Okay, got it. Done.
After the Sky Swimmer is Kaladin.
Right,
then Karth.
Kaladin is gonna shoot it with a crossbow and actually hits the guy. Yay! Nice, ghetto crit, 13 damage. That's good. Kaladin is done.
Karth, and then Tina.
All right, well then Karth is gonna shoot a couple arrows at it. First one will miss. Second one definitely will hit though, and figure the karma. I ghetto crit for Kaladin, and I roll a 1 on the die for your dad. So like karma. It's a bitch. All right. So yeah, you see like that little grouping of Narashti and Kaladin and Karth are just, you just see arrows and bolts flying. It's almost like a modern equivalent would be like tracer fires, all these arrows just, but
I'm here for it. All right. Does Tina get breath weapon back? Nope. All right. Tina will bite claw.
okay.
That's a 21 for the bite.
21 will hit.
Do you want me to just do the static damage, or do you want me to roll for it?
Yeah, static damage is fine.
Okay. 17 piercing.
Okay.
Claw 1 is a 25 to hit.
That will hit.
Claw 2 is a 27 to hit.
That will also hit.
Those are both 13 slashing damage each.
So 26. All right. Yeah. Argenta just tears into the thing.
Yeah, they're not having this bullshit. And that is the end of Tina's turn.
All right.
If need be, flying to the point where Barca can still be engaged with it.
Okay, and that's fine. You're able to do that without any issue. Truthfully, the two of you are kind of like,
We're kind of weaving around, and
yeah.
Okay, goblins.
Goblins will get their shit and get on deck. Goblins are done.
Barca and then Gavin.
Okay. Let me get myself back on screen. Barca is going to go ahead and just swing yet again. He's going to go reckless, and we are going to engage Great Weapon Master.
Okay.
So, first attack recklessly with Great Weapon Master is going to be... Does a 21 hit it?
Yes.
Okay, so that'll be 17 for the first one.
Okay.
And then does a 22 hit it?
Yes.
That's a dumb question. Plus 15, 23 on the second one.
Okay. It is still up, but it is a hurt unit.
Gavin pops out from below decks. Does a quick survey, sees everybody on deck, but apparently Nikali and Rhiannon. Is that an accurate assessment of the situation?
But did Nikali get swallowed too?
No,
Yeah, Nikali is also in the belly of the
I
beast.
missed that. Okay.
Because truthfully, you and Nikali were doing the most damage at first with the magic spells, so it's like, nope.
And
Yeah, mine missed.
Gavin is going to...
Did we miss Ember?
No,
she missed.
Oh, missed.
I
Okay,
missed.
yeah. Sorry. I apologize. Sorry, go ahead, Gavin.
Gavin is going to... What is Gavin going to do? Gavin is going to cast Fly on himself.
Okay.
Which is an action. And he's going to fly in the hopes... Or fly towards kind of the head of the creature. As he pulls out Ravager. And in the hopes that when this fucker dies, he can catch one or both of the individuals who are not on the ship.
Okay.
I can't unfortunately attack and cast a spell, so we're dunsies.
Okay, after Gavin is the captain with Ember on deck.
Yeah, Captain will continue shooting arrows. That one was a miss. That one's a hit. That one's a miss. Damn it. All right. So that'll be 6 damage. You know, sometimes you hit great with the arrows, and sometimes it's they just bounce off of the shell, and you definitely get some frustration coming out of the captain as he fires off another volley of 3 arrows. And like one of them sinks in, the other 2 just bounce off and shatter.
And Narashi can grumble to each other.
That's fair. Ember and then Narashti.
All right. I am so done with all of this. It needs to make a con 15 save.
It got a 17. It did succeed.
It did. That's fine. That saves her half. Oh, not bad. 26, so half, so it's going to be 13 thunder damage as I cast Shatter on it.
How do you want to do this?
Yeah. Just, I am so done. I get up on the side and I scream at the top of my lungs like a banshee.
Okay.
And
Yes.
sound waves just reverberate and just pierce through.
All right. And the shockwave of sound hits it, and you see like kind of where you hit. You see the several of its big armored scales just kind of like just shatter and rend itself, so to speak. And you see with that, it starts to fall out of the sky.
Can I cast as a reaction? No, I don't. Oh, it's not a bonus action. Damn it. Nope.
So that would be a no then. But you do have a bonus and a movement left.
No, it's not going to save him. I wanted to cast levitate on the thing before it plummeted to the earth, but goodbye.
After Ember?
Is Narashti?
Well, the thing's down.
And quickly falling to the
There's-
ground.
Oh, wait, hold on. I have Featherfall. Does that touch?
You have it as a spell?
Yeah, I do.
No, I think it is you just have to be within a certain range.
Yeah, it's at a range, but I'm not sure what that range is.
60 feet. So I will cast Featherfall on the body. So then hopefully our friends in there will not plummet.
Now, here's the beauty of this. It just says up to 5 falling creatures within range. Does not say the size. It has to be a specific size.
Right.
Yes.
So
It also doesn't say that you have to be able to see it. So could she conceivably also choose to cast it on Nikali and Rhiannon?
So that they get
she did see that
slinked
you
out of
guys
it?
were swallowed.
Swallowed.
So
Yeah, I'm like, if I can cast it on them as well, being inside.
Well, I would, just cast it on them and they'll fall slower and they'll just be jettisoned out of the creature as it falls
You might be
faster.
jettisoned
How about all
through
three?
the creature.
All three.
Let's
There's
all three is
up
good.
to 5 creatures. All
That
3.
sounds good to do it.
all right.
So everything, the whole bundle of beings.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
So-
you for preventing me from dying.
What will happen is when it gets to Rhiannon and Nikali's turn, it only takes 15 feet of movement to then pop out of it within 10
Yeah.
feet of it and be prone.
Mm-hmm.
Since Gavin said he was there to try to scoop up you, he picks you up and
And Tina
frankly,
would
with
swoop
Tina
and get
Barca
the other.
grab Nikali.
Yeah.
And funny enough, what was probably going to be a massive fleshy explosion of spiky worm thing that hits the ground, you just see kind of like a little falling streamer, just do 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 do, and some poor guy that just like, here's his dog barking outside. He's like, "Shut up, Wilmer, shut up!" And all of a sudden, just crushes, like his whole farm field is just covered in this spiked
Goo.
worm beast thing, and it's like, it just looks at it like, what?
As Gavin sets Rhiannon back on the deck, Rhiannon, the crystal in Rhiannon's staff starts to glow.
Okay.
Which is different from how she usually casts spells. Because I'm casting Cure Wounds on myself at 3rd level. Because I can do that now. So,
And Narashti and Amaya, now I would like you to, or what is your passive perceptions?
17.
19.
You both now notice this crystal glow with this bright white sort of radiant light as Rhiannon kind of almost more instinctually than anything kind of puts her staff forward.
Leans very heavily on her staff. I am just above bloodied now.
Gavin is also supporting her.
Yeah, Nikali had like 10 health left. So
Yeah.
Oof.
If you guys had not defeated it, he would have been dissolved into one.
Rhiannon would also have. Yeah.
And hey, you guys survived. Admittedly, there's not really a whole lot of loot per se. Well, I should say, if you guys want to go down and try to carve up the body, you might be able to find some stuff. But it's a bit of an undertaking considering it's literally like a 90-foot long, like,
Yeah.
Rhiannon would
worm
just like to sleep right now.
creature, which its maw alone, like its jaws, could easily swallow the guy's house that it landed in. Like, I mean, it is a gargantuan plus creature.
Question. Because Barca and Gavin are more or less fine.
Sure.
If you guys want to hover and rest, Barca and Gavin and whomever else can take one of the air skiffs down, harvest the creature.
Yeah.
Because I did promise Zog something interesting.
Well, I
don't
mean,
know that it's going to keep long enough for us to get it back to Zog,
Oh, I'll
but
figure it out.
either I could tap myself out and heal up everybody, or I could come down with you just in case.
I mean, theoretically, it's nighttime. We need to sleep.
It's nighttime. We need
It's sleepy time.
It's sleep time.
So
I want to go bed.
stay on the ship. Have the ship hover.
No,
We'll
you
take
come
care
bed
of the
with
thing.
me. No.
Ember's got some other goals.
I mean,
Gavin and
it's
Barca
not like
work
the
on
worm-
harvesting.
It's
Mike
not like
oversees.
the several tons of weight of Skyworm thing are going anywhere anytime soon.
It's true.
Yeah.
We can hover here for a beat. We bet.
Bet. Rhiannon pouts at Gavin. I take a nap now.
You take a nap right here.
I take a nap right here on Gavin's chest. That's fine.
Much like a man with a cat on his chest, he is forbidden from leaving.
I will curl up next to the Minotaur. Oh, did
Yeah,
you
you
get
see, actually, he
did you get hurt? Do I need to administer?
and you see like definitely the adrenaline is going a little bit with all of that, and you see he's like, no, we won't have time for that, and then proceeds to start stripping off his shit to
Take you into his tent.
Y'all
Sure.
are gonna have some post-violent sex.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
That's a thing. Yeah.
That hyped up adrenaline sex.
Rhiannon passes out wherever Gavin will let her.
Gavin will make sure she makes it back to the room first, and then.
Sure.
Narashti would offer healing too, when especially because she the noticing of your crystal stuff. But
I mean, since we're getting a lot, yeah. I mean, Gavin will drop his healing hands on Rhiannon as well.
Ooh.
and you guys, as you're healing Rhiannon, you see Nikali's just kind of sitting there like,
Oh, Nikali, somebody help
I
Nikali.
could use a little help.
okay,
I'll zap him a few times.
I got 15 for Rhiannon, and I'll also help Nikali.
Yes, I am not having the sex with Nikali, so I'm gonna go ahead and heal my girlfriend.
10 for
That's fair.
Nikali.
All right.
Heal 9
Oh.
more, Rhiannon.
Thank you.
13 more to Nikali.
All right.
And Maya doesn't have any healing abilities, but if he still looks a little bit injured, she'll kind of do just basic first aid to kind of bandage him up a little bit.
And he is, but you guys are able to retire for the evening without any further incident.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. Yay. So
Um,
we can actually mark off.
and are
long-
able to get a long
A
rest.
long rest.
Did
Yay!
you decide to butcher the thing?
Tell you what, we'll deal with that in the morning of the next day.
Perfect.
And being that we're actually at like 4:53, I think that's probably as good a place
Yeah.
for now to just give it a pause.
Yeah, I had a hard stop at 5 anyway, so.
So, did you guys have fun?
Yeah.
Yeah. That thing
Good.
was fucked up. It
Hey,
was great.
Hey, do we level?
Do we level? That
Yeah,
was huge.
That was from this, just to let you know.
That's fucking
Ooh.
awesome, but do we level?
Well, let's take a look here.
I'm deeply focused here.
How much XP?
If you're not going to give me shiny objects, I want to know how much XP I get.
Yeah.
I will give you.
Or do we have to go down to the ground and kill another hobo or something?
Because seriously, I'll
to,
go kill
like,
that farmer
level
right
up?
now if that's what it takes.
I will give you
We'll
5,000
kill farmer.
experience.
5,000
That's enough.
experience?
Yes, that's enough. Sorry.
Not that you're excited about it at all.
Not
Oh no, no.
Which should be enough for you guys to reach level 10.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so as we close out, you'll be able to not only get your full night's rest, but you'll be able to level up and get your level up benefits.
Woot.
Are you committed to this? Because otherwise, because I'm going to hit the long rest button.
Do it, and
Yeah.
then also out of character, we'll also have to pick what level 10 Zaya abilities
Mm-hmm.
you want to
Yeah,
pick for Zaya.
we can do that off the stream.
Yes.
We can do that off stream though. As far as for everybody watching, thank you again so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks,
We
everybody.
appreciate it, and hope you were entertained. And if you weren't, thank you for watching and not being entertained.
We will be back in roughly 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I will be post-op at that time, so I have absolutely no idea what condition I will be.
That's fair.
Chances are, if it's very painful, I'll be super fucking high. So we'll see how that goes.
Been there, done that.
It'll be almost 2 weeks post-op though.
Yeah,
so.
it'll be.
Yeah,
it'll
you'll
pretty
be
10
close
days
to
you'll be
something.
all right.
Yeah,
You'll be all
I
right.
should be okay. So, all right. Well, thanks everybody. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, I gotta remember what my thing is. I'm just gonna hit the button.
Oh, I gotta roll a hit die for